what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas is low. Run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I make that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the gang, and we put it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight, cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day, they still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. But mama, she bad but complain, cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane, and go get this money with Desi. I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
I get the bag with the gang, taking that Zach to the bank. And it be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about same. Be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. Don't fuck around with the fuck around.
On feed. And you definitely can see the link on my YouTube channel. Let me see. Yeah. Let me open it up now. If anybody is there already. Well, if they come in, they come in. It is what it is. Now. Dang. Hello. There we go. All right, folks. The real Nordic Black family. We got Jay Bundy in the building, aka Pocket Locker 86. At least that's what he goes by on his YouTube channel.
Yes, that's it. That's it, man. Pocket Locker 86. Come hit us up.
Right. And for everybody, I got my Kunta Kinte hoodie on.
All right, then. All right.
Man, first
ain't
time
messing around.
you know what I mean? Got to keep it. Got the hoodie on. I'm inside, so I'm at the. But yeah. And then I see you got the Spartan. So you must be out there, or you went to school.
I went to school there. Yeah, that's where I graduated, and I was teaching. I taught at Michigan State last year, and okay. So it's a rough week for the Spartan family. But Spartan strong, man. We out here.
Right.
Yeah, man. It's that community's hurting this week, and I actually live in Lansing now, so it's been a rough week. I don't think the students will be back to class until Monday. For those that don't know, there was a shooting at Michigan State University.
A mass shooting, right? Yeah. Another one. They're in Michigan, right?
Yeah. So it's a rough week around here, but it's everywhere, right? This type of violence is ubiquitous, and it's ironic that, or I guess not ironic, but we talk about these things on my channel because I tend to cover what's going on politically or what's going on in the news, and there was another recent mass shooting that was at a church related to one of the churches I play at. But I started to realize that it affects every sector of society, and it's just a matter of time before, unfortunately, you or someone you know is touched by this type of gun violence. And the real frustrating thing is you see the writing on the wall. You can almost see it coming. You can see the train headed right for you, but we don't seem to have the political will, at least not in America, to really do anything about the gun violence that we're seeing. You're in Norway, something our audience needs to recognize. We tend to see a brother and assume he's from Atlanta.
Right.
But what's it like what's the gun culture like out there, man?
Oh, yeah. At first I was about to say it's cold, but The gun culture, man, out here in Norway, definitely they have a lot more gun control out here. Absolutely. So it's not it's not even close, man. It ain't even close. I mean, there's so much gun violence in America, more than most
anywhere.
Places of the world. Yeah. So it's not even close. But every now and then you'll get, it's in some ways it's been rising a bit, um, and for many different reasons and
Sure.
factors. But when they do smuggle in guns, it's usually from like either the Baltics countries or somewhere out there in Eastern Europe, and they kind of sneak through the borders. And for the most part, every now and then you'll get some hunter,
Right.
going crazy with these old school crimes with a crossbow or you know, or something like that. But
Right.
for the most part, you get these, yeah. But it's not the regulation when it comes to gun control here is it's pretty good.
A
You don't
question I
have to.
have about
Yeah.
that quickly is just is there a difference in sort of the love of guns? Like the example I would say in America, right, is
Right.
we hide the titty mags. You know, you got to
Mm-hmm.
go to an adult store or something like that. And even the ones that you could sell in public, they put them like behind everything so that you got to go reaching
Right.
for it. But
Right.
the
Right. Right.
gun magazine is in the front, like at
Right.
the
Right.
grocery store,
Right.
almost like so there's almost a way in which the gun magazines are the porn for everybody. Like it's literally like
Right.
it's easier to see guns and ammo growing it up than it is to see Playboy.
Absolutely.
Do y'all
And then,
have a difference there, or do y'all still have guns and ammo in the front row of the
oh hell
grocery
no,
store?
man. No, 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 no. You don't see that shit at all.
Really?
Basically, nah, yeah, I know what you mean because like you said, I'm
Sure, yeah.
American, living in Norway. But yeah, you'll see in the commercials and stuff like that too, with the alcohol, beer, and you don't even see that too. Far as
Really?
yeah, far as alcohol and beer and
Like
and
y'all don't
and
advertise it on TV crazy like
yeah,
that.
yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's nothing near like it is in the States. And you don't. I mean, you'll have advertisement, but not for like for beer. And I think there's like a law or something behind that.
Really?
And so they yeah,
It's
they don't
crazy. We
do
treat it like we gonna
right,
forget. We
right,
treat it like people will forget alcohol exists if we don't
right.
advertise it every 5 minutes. Like if you
And
haven't seen a beer commercial in 10 minutes, you're gonna forget how to get drunk. Like
yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. And then over here in Norway they have it's like they call it Vin Monopoly, and it's like wine monopoly. So the government
Okay.
controls the alcohol here. And
Wow.
so yeah, it's government controlled, you know what I'm saying? And you only get it very strict about it out here.
Very
Um
interesting.
and that's not to say that they don't have a bunch of alcoholics and drunks, what I'm
Sure.
saying, out here. But I'm saying, but they do have a quite a tight control out here when it comes to that. So you don't, yeah, it's totally different, this democratic socialistic country out here. And it's the first time I've ever had somebody on here that I'm interviewing flipped it on me and interviewing me. Now usually they say it's the other way around. I end up uh I'm on somebody else's show. They interviewing me, and they say that they claim that I flip it on them. It's the first time somebody's flipping it on me right now.
Nah, man, we're just curious. We're just curious, man. Appreciate
But
you.
and then to your audience and to everybody else who doesn't know, well, first off, I seen somebody Mojo in the building in the chat. I guess earlier they must have they must be in the Netherlands or something like that, because they said they made a comment, then they retracted it. But anyhow, they said hi all. Hey Mojo, what's up? Anybody else watching can definitely ask a question in the live chat. And probably most of them will probably see this after this interview, possibly. But to all of you that don't know, yes, I'm African American, that's living in Norway, also Norway now. I've been in Norway since 2012 and stuff like that. But this interview right now is about my man Jay Bundy. And Jay, are you out? Where are you out of? Where are you
Yeah,
now?
so
Are
to your
you
question,
in Michigan?
I'm in the
Yeah.
States. Originally, I'm really from Pennsylvania. I was born in New Jersey. I moved to Pennsylvania when I was about 6, 7-ish, probably 7. And I was there, in Pennsylvania pretty much from, second grade through college or whatever. So I lived in Pennsylvania pretty much until I moved out to Michigan State. And then, I did my So I went to high school in northeastern Pennsylvania, a little Catholic school. I was actually the only black kid in my whole school, which also happened to me at, a couple of schools I was at before that. Because in that area, if you went to like a private school, they were just all white pretty much. And then I went to Penn State for my undergrad. I lived in I'm bipolar, so I had to take some time off. I lived in Jersey.
I know a brother from Oklahoma who I interviewed actually, and he's out there in Pennsylvania. He's a professor, from jail to professorship.
Yeah,
he's out there,
man.
and he deals with linguistics in the African American vernacular.
Yeah, that's incredible. Actually,
he's very, very, very interesting.
Because our vernacular gets a bad rap. People treat it like it's broken English instead of advanced English, right?
Yeah. He even got tapped for some contribution in the Oxford Dictionary. They tapped him and some other people to give their input on the new revision of the Oxford Dictionary. That's crazy. And he's from Oklahoma. I ran into him on a Facebook group in linguistics. But go ahead, my man.
Yeah. So I went to Penn State for my bachelor's, which is in social dynamics. I made up my own major. I went on a full. I'm really lucky as a student. So I went on a full scholarship, and I was also in a program. I was able to make my own major. So I did that, and because I wanted to study sort of social dynamics, like sort of the unwritten rules of human behavior. I was seeing people as like people are rather systematic. In certain ways, people are predictable, but I didn't really understand what makes for systematic behavior. Like, how do you understand I really just wanted to understand people, like really like human studies or something like that. But social dynamics is the lingo we were using at the time, and you still hear people say, so that's what I got my bachelor's in. And then I did a master's in biological anthropology, studying the evolution of human sexuality. So at that point, I was like working in the lab, teaching, working on my research. And then I came out to Michigan State University to do my PhD. And so I got a dual PhD at Michigan State in integrative biology and ecology, evolutionary biology, and behavior. Basically, and I'm an experimental evolutionary biologist, and I graduated from the lab of Rich Lenski. He runs a famous long-term evolution experiment, and then I went to the University of Minnesota, and currently that's where I'm at. I'm a postdoc at the University of Minnesota. Go Gophers!
All right. Yo, while you were talking, there was a question in the live chat. I'm gonna let you handle that.
Why are people still categorizing people into colors? It's an easy thing to do, I know in America, right? Like, I hate to say it, but it's like very race kind of permeates everything. If you get caught up, if you get caught up
here too.
It's a global
thing. It's a global thing. White supremacy and racism is real. It's global.
So I was taught something in college that's basically like, you should question if something is a problem racially if race has nothing to do with the situation. So like here, if somebody cuts you off on your way to work, you're not gonna say, oh man, I was rushing through traffic and somebody cut me off. It was really annoying. You're gonna be like, this goddamn Asian lady cut me off. And like, we're always mentioning, I just met this dope ass white guy last night. I met this brother on the train this morning. Like, literally every conversation we have with another Station, like, you have to identify the racial label, else you haven't given us enough information.
And they ask me especially a lot out here overseas, what I'm saying, when I'm over here, when I describe and I describe people into, and like you said, culturally or into color. They say, why you guys over there are so racial and things like that. And like you said, a lot of, that's kind of how it is over there, man. I mean, it's part of it. and just like they find the census, you know, when they ask, the color, race, and those, they find that ridiculous. There's so many things that people always point to in America.
I think it's something deeply in us too about, tribalism, right? Because if it was race makes it kind of obvious. It's an obvious color, right? You can't not see the color of someone's skin. But if we were all the same color, it would be, what tribe are you from? What group do you identify with? Matter of fact, in a lot of hoods where most people are colored or of a similar race, it goes then to which tribe are you in, and then they start to represent that with colors, right? So it's the red gang versus the blue gang versus the purple gang. So
that's what's up.
I think race kind of allows us to do that without even having to put on a jersey.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and speaking of that, so now for all that's tuning in now and they seeing this brother. Look, I promise you, he ain't the January 6th insurrectionist. You know what I'm saying? That's his. Is that your real hair? That was the first thing.
Oh, you're not supposed to ask people that.
Oh, I'm not supposed to ask if that's your real hair.
Yeah,
right,
it's part of show business. Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Okay. He said I'm getting too comfortable.
Yeah,
we ain't gonna go there. We ain't gonna go there. But my point is, y'all, whoever's looking in right now, whoever's watching this interview later, whatever, don't be fooled by what you may think his appearance is. My man don't you have 2 PhDs?
Yeah, that's it, man. Yeah,
dual PhDs.
Dual PhD.
Dual PhD in what disciplines?
Ecology, evolutionary biology, and behavior, and then integrative biology. But basically, I'm an evolutionary biologist. It's weird. The way it kind of worked is you have a department. In my case, my department was integrative biology.
Bring it down for some of us brothers that you saw those big words.
Yeah, I was in the integrative biology department. Which used to be zoology. You may have heard of zoology, but not a lot of people are training to be zoologists anymore. So they changed the name to integrative biology. And then a lot of science is getting very interdisciplinary, and especially in like the sort of biological sciences, a lot of things are related to ecology and evolution. And so they set up these dual PhD programs. That way, grad students from across a lot of different programs can all tap into the ecology and evolution program. So you kind of have a home department. So that's, for me, that was integrative biology. So you get your PhD in that, and then you're in this dual PhD program so that they can, so that you get this other piece of your training along with. So in that program is other people from different programs. So that's why you end up with a dual PhD. They're trying to say you've got a home department, but you're also specialized in this program over here. So
right. Still impressive.
Appreciate it.
And that brings to how I ran across you or one of the videos.
How'd you find my channel?
And I'm still trying to think exactly. I believe it was from History Valley's YouTube channel, possibly. Was it? No, not History. Excuse me, not History Valley. Gnostic Informant.
Oh, okay. Gnostic Informant. Okay.
Yeah, Neil. I believe. Right.
Shout out to Neil, man.
Right. And I believe it was his YouTube channel. I believe so. Or Gustick Gibbon. It was his, because then I end up
watching the Gustick Gibbon thing.
The video.
Got you.
And that scenario there is when I came across you, and I couldn't stop laughing, and I was like, oh shit, this brother right here is kind of impressive. Yeah,
we tried some fun, man. We tried some fun with it, man.
Right. And to get some of that context out, what was happening at that moment? So I saw a video of you. Were you either you were debating? You weren't debating, were you? Or you were kind of?
Yeah, I called into a creationist late night show. Yeah, I called into LPP.
It wasn't Hovind. It wasn't Hovind. Kent Hovind.
No, I did a debate with Kent Hovind, but this was before that, right? This was logically possibly plausible. His name's I think John or something.
A long one. Okay.
Yeah, and so I John Maddox or something, and so I called into his channel, and there were kind of like 3 creationists yelling at me. Yeah, they were really the stars of the show because they were just saying the wild stuff. Boy, they be saying some wild stuff out here. But
right. And that was the thing because I'm gonna let you give the context about it. But that's the thing because they were supposedly be the stars of the show or whatever, and then they were talking about creationism versus evolution, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
And then they were trying to give an example of a study.
Yeah, the Lenski lab from the lab I worked in. Yeah, that was the lab I graduated from. Yeah, they were talking about research from the lab I graduated in, and then telling me,
I was like,
he doesn't understand his own research.
Right, because and from the outside looking in, when I clicked on the video, and I was like, damn, they got this brother looking how. I was like, man, look at this brother. How he looking right now, brother? They about to. I was like, damn, they about to eat this dude up. And then when I heard you. When you made your comeback, when you started talking, I was like, wow, I wasn't expecting that. I was like,
appreciate it.
So they were trying to use that as an example for their case or whatever, right? And I'm gonna let you give the rest of the context.
Yeah, they were talking about a study that came out of our lab, and they were
which they had no clue. They had no clue.
Yeah,
about
they didn't realize I worked in the lab. Yeah,
they worked in the lab, right?
And they were also citing a different study. So the lab is famous for the long-term evolution experiment, and
they were misleading.
Yes,
basically.
And they were actually trying to cite a result from like a side study, like basically somebody's side project, as making a point about the main experiment. So they weren't even really talking about the experiment that they thought they were talking about. But then in the process, they were basically trying to say I didn't understand the research that was going on in the lab I just graduated from. So it was, but that's kind of the issue with that whole deal is people are so deeply committed to, spreading these lies and this stuff that's blatantly not true that they, even when they're clearly up against it, they can't just say, all right, maybe I was mistaken or maybe I don't know or, maybe I need to look further into this. They just have to double down on, well, you don't know your stuff, you can't read. And so that kind of made that really obvious. And I think that's why she, thought it was worth the commentary, but it happens every day out here. It happens every day.
Right. And that's another Gustick Gibbon.
Gustick Gibbon, man, gotta check her out.
Her YouTube channel, and that's I ran across him as well. What was the question I was getting to? So Kent Hovind, I didn't realize you debated Kent Hovind.
Yes.
Online, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was
well, I mean, now
channel.
I knew about it afterwards. I kind of afterwards in a way, but then then could you tell me about that? How that went down?
Really, it's weird because I didn't have any interest really in debating them. I hadn't even really decided because I don't do a lot of debates, so it's not something that I get into a lot. But you kind of there's channels you hate watch, right? And so I kind of, I once in a while I would watch Standing for Truth, which is Donnie's channel. It's weird because I could honestly sometimes I can't watch those streams for more than 5 or 10 minutes, right? Okay. Because they'll be talking about some weirdo biochemistry. I just don't care. But he happened to be doing one of Kent Hovind's debates, and Kent Hovind was debating someone. Who I
crazy because
Kent
Hovind. How old is Kent Hovind about? He's like in his 70s.
Yeah, he's in the 70s. Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember watching some of his videos way back in the day.
Way back in the day.
Yeah, way back, and when I didn't have any knowledge of it, I thought he sounds kind of convincing. But then later realized he was just nothing but rubbish. But anyway, and that's crazy how
he's still doing it. Yeah,
and trying to do it.
But yeah, he basically. I don't want to say he misgendered the person, but he kept asking the person to clarify their gender pronouns. And he was like, I don't know what to call you. I haven't known what to call you. And it was very rude. And I remember it made me really...
Now, we're talking about Kent Hovind. We ain't talking about Robert Price shit.
No, we're talking about Kent Hovind.
All right.
Yeah, it was... it was weird. So Donnie eventually was doing a stream, and he had basically said he didn't know who Kent's 300th debate was gonna be. He hadn't yet like picked the person, so I sent him a super chat and just threw my name in the ring, like. I'll debate him because at that point I was mad. I was like, I was kind of in my feels about it.
I'll be
So
on
that's how
that
I
too
got set up.
sometimes. Yeah. Wow. So how did it go? How did it end up going? I think
it went about as well as it could go.
well.
I think a lot of people wanted me to be. I wasn't very aggressive with them, but I made my point in the beginning. Like I decided that there's not a lot to say, right? So the topic was evolution on trial, and I spoke directly to the case histories of when evolution has been on trial, and I tried to make a very clear case of that teaching creationism has been deemed unconstitutional, and exactly why it was deemed unconstitutional, because it violates the separation of church and state. And then also the fact that even the courts had determined that it's unscientific, right? You can't use it to make testable predictions. It's not about the natural world. It's a supernatural hypothesis. So it's not science. And then I asked Kent for a scientific alternative. Like, if you want to reject evolution, fine. Just give me a scientific alternative and then give me evidence for it, right? And he never responded to that. Instead, he just did the typical Kent Hovind shtick. Like, he picks one of 4 scripts to go off of and kind of goes there. So, we kind of just had a back and forth from there because I knew he was just gonna stick to his script, right? And
his script, like
it's
always.
not even worth getting into.
I think
everybody's already heard it.
I remember somehow people don't count because of the flood and certain things like ice. Right.
He doesn't buy into the layers and the ice cores
and all that stuff.
Yeah.
He's always going to the same old points that I heard.
Which shows you there's no point in even having the conversation with him because he actually does know the evidence. It's been taught to him over and over and over again. So a lot of atheists were actually frustrated with it, but for me, that's fine. Like, think of it. I almost think of it as like a football game or like a military conflict or something where you're trying to get territory. If a person lets you do your offensive, right? They let you say everything you want to say, and then when they have the floor, they don't say anything new. Well, then they haven't really used this as an opportunity to like gain any ground. So for me, people got to hear what I had to say. And then rather than Kent even giving me anything to work with, he just wasted his time saying a bunch of stuff people had already heard him say probably dozens of times. Yeah. And then the other thing is people were mad because I wasn't very aggressive with them. But it's a couple things people need to remember, especially if you go look at the debate now, because you might not catch it in context. One, you're in somebody else's house, right? Like the channel's, it's not on my channel. It wasn't even really on Kent's channel. It was Donnie Standing for Truth channel that's hosting it, right? So Donnie has specifically requested, like, I don't want this to turn into a dumpster fire, right? Now, I don't talk to a lot of people about that, like, unless you're part of my crew, you probably don't even realize that. But I take that type of thing seriously. I might disagree with you. We might not be on the same team. But if you tell me, yo, Jay, when you come on my stream today, I want shit to be crazy, bro. I'm trying to wild out and have a really good time. I'm going to be like, yo, my man wants to wild out and have a really good time. I'm going to try to bring him that energy, right? But if you tell me, bro, I want this to be really respectful, I want this to be a nice time, and I really, really, really don't want this to turn into a dumpster fire, bro, I'm gonna do everything in my power to make sure this don't turn into a dumpster fire on my account, right? Just being respectful. So sometimes when people go back and you're like, Jay, why didn't you smash him? I was asked not to. I was literally asked not to, so I didn't. The other thing is, like, it was his 300th debate, and Kent Hovind claims to have won all 300 of them. Now, the truth is, everybody that knows him knows he's lost every single one of them. But he's going to say he won mine just like all of those. So why try to beat him over the head with, I won, I'm really the winner. No, Kent Hovind, admit that I finally defeated you. I was like, nah, I can't. You beat me. Great job. You're the man. It's just, it's the man's 300th debate. He just turned 70 or whatever it is. Like, I'm not trying to rip his heart out of his chest right here in front of the whole world. And then the other thing was he had literally just had I think a stroke that week. He had like a stroke on air, right? Like literally a couple days before. So yeah, I thought he might cancel it. I literally thought he might cancel it. But he didn't. He had gone to the hospital. He had received treatment, and he was kind of all right. So look, we had a nice little pleasant back and forth before we started the debate. We went into the thing, and then I just tried to make it a decent and entertaining night for everybody. But if people go back and watch it, you know, hopefully that some of that will bring some context to the situation, right?
For sure. Now, when did you start to get on the radar of the quote unquote so-called mainstream online community?
Man, I don't know. I honestly, I still feel like I'm not. I still feel like I'm not. I still feel like we're kind of off the beaten path, but
a little bit. But at the same time, they do know you because you were mentioned when I was talking to some other Afro atheists at UK.
Yeah. My name's starting to get out there a little bit in the community.
and Phil G, big up Phil G.
Honestly, it was. I think Gustick Gibbon helped a lot, right?
Helped a lot. Right,
it's thousands of people watching.
Okay,
her videos.
So before Gnostic Informant, I guess knew about you. Probably Gustick Gibbon.
Yeah, it would be the Gustick Gibbon thing, and then also Derek Lambert, you know, from Mythvision podcast. Yeah, that's so. You know, once Derek kind of and
but
really,
was it Derek? Was it Derek before Gustick though, or was it Gustick first?
So believe it or not, I've been on. I called into Derek's channel when I was in school just as a fan, like really before I started making content. But no, the Gustick Gibbon thing happened before I did anything with Derek. But I've been a fan of Derek for a long time, so him and I kind of, you know, like I'm a mod in his channel, so you know, he's always been receptive. And I popped on his panel one time after I graduated, and like Kip Davis and Josh Bowen and all them were kind of congratulating me. But he didn't really know, he didn't know anything about me. But I think after the Gustick Gibbon thing, he was like, yo, let's put something together or whatever.
I remember Josh Bowman because he was in the Air Force like I was. I served in the Air Force 6.5 years myself, and I believe Josh Bowen was in the Air Force.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I believe so. If I
remember correctly, yeah.
So certain people I have certain associations with because of that right there. But yeah, definitely Mythvision. And it's funny because I didn't really get into Mythvision until I believe Dagger Squad Garfield from the so-called conscious community, the Jamaican guy out of New York. When he either interviewed Derek a while ago, or Derek kind of went on his channel in a panel or something like that, and then I went over to Mythvision, and then that opened up a whole nother kind of world there. And that leads me to the Robert Price.
The Robert Price thing,
right. And to all that don't know, Robert Price is he's a pretty
mythicist scholar, I guess we'd say, right?
Right. Pretty well known in that world, I guess. He's used a lot. He's been around for a while. And what I always tell people is so funny is the first podcast he was on was a black person's podcast.
Really?
Yeah. He actually says it. Go to his YouTube channel. He says it himself.
Oh, interesting. I did not know that.
I know.
I did not know that, bro. He's schooling me.
But this is what I'm saying. See, I'm not that little channel that folks don't realize when you start doing that research. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. It's I'm gonna get my boy's name right. Now I interviewed the guy on live. I interviewed him live, and I always get his dang name.
Yeah. Let us know. Take your time. I'd be interested to check him out.
And maybe he's on your Facebook, or you linked to him and you just didn't realize it. Let me go, because I know he probably listens to some of my interviews when I mention his name, and I screw his name up every damn time. Let me see. Dang. Actually, why am I doing that? All I have to do is click on my damn YouTube channel and go to my live videos, since I interviewed the guy. Because I wanted to add one more thing with this guy. He his name is Reginald Finley, the infidel guy. He used to call himself the infidel guy. That was way back then when they had Black Planet and all that. He's been doing this thing.
I don't know who he is, but you got a bunch of people on this channel, man.
Yeah, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man.
People.
Don't get it twisted. I'm trying to be humble, you know what I mean? Like the skeptics Bible. If you listen to him, I'm the first one that put him where his face, where you can see him, video interview.
Wow.
Steve Wells for the Skeptics Bible, a lot of atheists use. He is very few interviews he had, and very few, and the ones he had was only like audio. I think only Seth Green, I believe.
Man, that's old school. Actually, you know what? It's coming back. It's a lot of people now that do channels and they're never on camera. You know, they just have the icon of the picture, whatever.
There you go. So there's one space that a lot of people's not. So, yeah, I got him on video. But anyway, when you go down to the live, the infidel guy, Reginald Finley, he, like I said, way back then when they had Black Planet and all this, you know, well before this, these Facebooks and all these, he had interviewed, he had a podcast going on called The Infidel Guy. And you should listen to, he's one of the earliest, one of the first doing this thing. This is when Derek from Mythvision was probably in elementary school, if he was born yet. No, I'm just saying, he was elementary school or something like that. Real talk. And when you click on Robert Price's YouTube, go to his videos, go to the earliest one. He says it that his first podcast is with Reginald Finley, the infidel guy, and that's the black guy. So that's why it's kind of ironic what's going on now.
Yeah.
You feel me? A lot of people didn't know that. I had to let a few people that's now getting a little fame in the atheist space. You know, I had to teach them some of those facts, and there's some other things I could say right now, but maybe another time that I can break down.
Sure, appreciate it.
Some people acting, you know.
Hit me with it. Where are you at on the whole thing? Like, how did you see all this play out? And you know, I'm happy to answer anything.
Right. Yeah. So I'll allow you to give the context later, but quickly with me. I didn't know. I knew there was something that happened. I didn't know if it was something racial, but then I'm starting to learn it was something about transgender
as well.
Was said
as well. Yeah.
Okay, as well.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that part. I thought I just heard it was something that was dealt with racism or whatever, and I kind of heard something was going on.
This happens a lot in our community, right? It's something going on. You catch like the second or third stream, and it's hard to even retrace what originally even happened. Right. If there's source material, because it could have been something that happened offline or whatever. Right.
And when I first heard about it was through Derek, through Mythvision or whatever.
Yes.
And then they kind of just suddenly broke away, and then I was like, and then of course I heard him talking with Gnostic Informant and something racial. So I knew it was something. It was mainly.
So did you see his? So you remember months ago, I guess maybe when Derek was making videos about not the old doctor. Okay, got you remember the
Yeah, for sure. Now this is when you say months ago, at least about half a year.
Yeah, it was like 8 months or so.
Thank you. And that brings it to me because I'm on the outside looking in. I'm already before Robert Price. You know, before this thing, I've always noticed certain things anyway, to be honest with you, in these so-called mainstream online community spaces. I noticed certain things anyway. So when this came, I thought, this is interesting right here. Very interesting. And when which I gave some praise to how Derek Mythvision handled it. But then later, as the ice thawed in certain things, suddenly, it seemed like one person out of the little camp broke rank from History Valley. The one that I thought he was paraplegic the way he comes off in the videos, but maybe he's not. My man from History Valley, he broke camp, and my man just like I don't know how many months later, he just said it was almost like he said fuck it. He got Robert Price. He threw him in there. It's almost like he was like shit. How am I gonna take advantage of this shit? Damn, they stopped interviewing him and shit. All right, cool. But damn, if I'm the first one bringing them in, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, and for viewership or whatever, I don't know. Who
did you see do this? What channel was this?
I think History Valley.
So you seen?
Oh yeah, they link together. Not just Gnostic Informant. There's History Valley. There's several of these.
Because I only saw him pop up on Neil's, but you saying there was somebody he popped up somewhere else too?
Oh no, he popped up before Gnostic Informant. It was a guy named History Valley who they used to bounce around too.
Okay.
There's another one out.
Link. It's another link.
There's another one out there that they used to simultaneously have people on there, and they all know each other for sure.
Right.
But I noticed the trend. See, I'm all over the place. So I'm saying, History Valley. He started putting them on there.
Okay.
And then I was like, oh shit, I wonder how they gonna respond. And lo and behold, on code. So lo and behold, I knew it. So then the next one, I was like, so Nazi Informant. Then he started throwing a little bit of teasers dealing with him or whatever. Yeah. And then one day, remember that one day when Derek, it was almost like Derek was like, shit, I ain't gonna let them. So one day he just threw some old thing with Robert Price video on there.
Oh.
I don't think that's happenstance. See, I'm investigating. Okay. See, this is why they don't put a person like me. And like I said, they put certain people.
Sure.
Like the Potlockers, the Cynthia what was her name? I was supposed to interview her tonight, and I know she's listening, and I'm gonna say it. Cynthia McDonald's, the Phil G's, the Afro atheists, and other folks. That's why they know. And he's on my Facebook, by the way, Derek.
Sure.
And so he's seen all the anti-racist shit that I put. Now he can act like he don't know me and act like he don't see me.
Sure.
I beg to differ, because there's several other things I can mention too. Because there were certain other people that I had interviewed way before they did. But anyway, we won't get into that. But as far as the Robert Price thing, I noticed the History Valley, so he suddenly just popped them up again.
Yeah.
Right. And then Gnostic Informant started I know they noticed it, and then they started teasing in there.
Sure.
And then one day, Derek Van Kampen just threw him in and then kind of pulled it out.
Yeah.
And I'm like, then I saw you.
Yeah.
I was like, hold on, let's throw him and then the other guy. We're gonna give him we're gonna clean him up, like this cleaning tour to throw him out to make it okay to throw him back in there. Yeah, because they want him in there, and he probably enlisted help too. Sure. You know what I'm saying? Sure, so he like, because at first he's acting all Billy Badass and shit. Like, I don't need y'all. You remember? He was acting like, I don't need y'all. Y'all ain't make me, I made y'all. Remember that? Come on now. Let's keep it a buck. See, I keep it real over here in my Training Day shit. You know what I mean? And now he over here, begging, so and now he want to get back on there, and what do? They know how to clean up that image. Because if it was somebody, of another persuasion, another hue that had did anything like that, bruh, you think they would? Right. Huh? It's over. It's a wrap.
100%.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But through all this, I'm seeing this, and so as I'm interviewing or I'm talking to people, because there's some up and coming people. I had a conversation. I'm not gonna tell her name, but she's up and coming. Came out with fire, man. And we had a little discussion on the side, and she didn't know that as well. What I told you with the Reginald Finley dude, and then other things that she didn't really notice that I pointed out. She didn't realize. But it'd be but it's known, you know what I mean? There's there's some people in the humanist space too that even some big names that'll point out, like Mandisa Thomas. She'll point out racism and certain things that she noticed. And like I said, if I was to break down other things, I don't want to give names. There's a big name that I definitely noticed something very funny, but I'm gonna save that for now.
Sure.
I'm gonna say that for now.
Sure.
Because I know I caught it, but
right.
I know nobody did.
Yeah.
Nobody did, but I caught it, and I know he knows who I am. Because we come from the same state.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it, man. I'm still learning out here, right? So I'm relatively new as you're doing your thing.
It's funny. So I always say, as far as I got no backing, I got no organization, I got no atheist network,
right? None
of that stuff. I ain't on the white spaces. And in fact, when my name came, the spaces that, how my face was on Travel Noir, on black spaces, black media, or people put me out there. You feel me? So I didn't have a white push like you.
Yeah. But that's the communities I'm in.
Or Cynthia, or Afro. You know what I'm saying? I ain't need I want to ask for that, and they wouldn't throw me in there because they know I'll call them out the way I do.
Yeah, I think for a lot of us too, that's where we're at. That's where we're at, right? You know what I mean? Like when you're like me, like you're in those spaces, right? So that's the part of the interwebs I hang in.
And nothing wrong with that.
Right,
and nothing wrong with it. And I'm not saying anything's wrong with it. But
Yeah,
sometimes I see funny business going on. For example, I saw one also, and I'm not going to say the name, and this person's going to figure out who I'm talking to. It is what it is. And whenever we talk, we can talk it out.
Sure.
Because I'm sure we will live. I know we will at some point. But there was another person that was in those spaces, even deeper than you, and they were on a friend of mine's who's black. They were getting interviewed or whatever, and they were all trying to, like, hey, everybody, on my channel, see, I gave some away, black, on my channel, go to his. I was like, that's cool, no, but I'm like, won't you go to those white networks, tell them to go to my man's channel if you're really trying to hype this person up. You get what I'm saying? Don't just go to your little personal black spaces, because we know you're not just there at all. You're way. Don't act like you're throwing him a crumb or doing some black folks favors, my brother. Yes. I see you over there in the white spaces. Let them know that this person exists too. I see it's a lot of funny business I see happening around here.
That's deep.
And I'm here to clean it up and call it what it is.
But look, that's the real life issues, and a lot of people don't understand that might be.
That's why you say the real Nordic black.
Yeah,
that's why I keep it real.
That might be like the case with your mayor. Right, it's powerful politicians that will advocate for our causes and our people when they're amongst us in our spaces with very limited reach, and then when they're in bigger spaces, don't have anything to say about us. It's something we all actually need to be mindful to make sure we're not being part of the solution, not part of the problem. But this is I'm just saying, this is a problem in the culture, right? You're not just giving commentary on petty YouTube beefs here. We're talking about real issues that come up in communities of color, no matter what aspect of business or life we're talking about.
I got one out here, and I got one out here. I mean, there was a guy, he was American. I would start talking, call myself the real Nordic black, and I said some hyperboles or whatever out there talking about, most unapologetic, out of Norway, speaking that truth to power, Sure. And he must have caught up on it. So he felt, this one guy felt some kind of way. But then when you look at the history, the track record, my man's been out here double as much time as I've been out here. He's been out here about 20-something years. Then he hasn't said anything when it comes to racism until after the white folks okayed it, after that it was popular, after George Floyd, right. And suddenly it's popular, and then he felt but that's a whole nother thing. I'm gonna get into. Sure. And so like you said, they're not only on the petty YouTube. You think they're in all these other spaces. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is, I've always been one to include. If I was in white space, I'll be saying all of them. Y'all go to this, go here. I've known to pay it forward, like I told you about the blog that you didn't know about, Travel Noir. Big up Travel Noir. Immediately, and this person can attest to this because I know you're gonna watch it. Immediately after my interview, I was like, hey, I know somebody that is overseas, black, diasporan, and they went to him, interviewed him, and his thing was even more popular than mine. Wow. By triple times, you know what I'm saying? Right. And that's how I do it. Right. Other folks just doesn't seem to be on that same time. I notice a lot of times, man, and they be trying to be real slick, like, and I catch it, man. It's funny.
That's nuts. This is a great conversation. Damn, bro, you got me thinking about a lot of things. For sure. I don't want to skate on the Robert Price thing though, right? Like I want to make sure.
No, we ain't gonna skate on that. Go ahead. All right.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we talk about that.
And people are gonna think I'm running my mouth too much on.
It's totally fine.
And because about you, this is interviewing you. But it's just like, I like how we going. Like you said in the beginning of it, you flipped it and it was about interviewing me. So I'm
having a good time, man. Appreciate you. For sure. So the Robert Price thing is very interesting to me because it touches on a lot of things and it's almost like it reflects a lot of my YouTube journey, but it almost feels like it's part of my personal journey. Something I always say, I should say more. I used to say more than I say now. I should say it more, but like, I don't see myself necessarily as a content creator who just popped up. Like, the reason I started doing this type of, because I always had a Twitch channel, but I was just doing gaming and
don't get it twisted. I realized that you, like I said, you had time to do real life stuff. You know what I'm saying? You got a dual PhD.
Yeah. For sure.
You know what I mean? So this little YouTube, you know what I'm saying, stuff is not. I figured that you did gaming, Twitch, and you had other things going on. But you just kind of in this space, you just kind of popped up, you know. But the same thing what I say about people out here when I came to Norway. You know, they had some Norwegians out here. They did makeup tutorials and gamers and stuff like that. But I was the first one. I was like, wow, you know, I was never like that. I was like, if I'm gonna have something to say, if I'm gonna use YouTube, I'm gonna use something to try to make some sort of a difference in the world. But everybody different. So, but now you're using that to do this thing, and you popped up on some of us suddenly, and that's funny because sometimes they get that I've always noticed there's a lady, I forget her name, but anyway, a Heathen Queen, and she's great. She's not black, but she had her own space on her own, like TikTok or something like that. So that was
Twitter and stuff.
Yeah, Twitter and TikTok. So she's not really included in all this. I had a little kind of
she had her own back and forth with Bob Price. She was part of the whole thing. I don't know that whole history either, but I think she mentioned that to me.
But I broke it down to her. She was surprised what I just told you too. So I broke it down to her too. We had a message back,
okay.
For sure. She's cool. I like Heathen Queen. But so she's not even including this, but she's coming with fire too. But I'm talking about the black folk. It was several other people. There's this other lady, fairly young. She's just got popped up there too, and it's like it's funny because some of them you didn't see the build up on their own, like talking about this like religion doing their own thing. You usually, you have one and they just throw them in there, and because like literally like you go to your channel and you see, okay, the subscribership is kind of low. He should have more than he should, and then so it's like I don't know. It's just. Yeah, I just noticed that the black ones that they're putting out there from online atheism community, when I look back, it seems like they haven't been on that for so long. They just quickly, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I see. Right. So you know what? It's like anything. Like in life, right? It's where you'll go to a blackface and say, "Oh my God, you're doing wonderful things in education. Come over here and talk about what's going on in the black community right there." And what you're saying is, bro, it's people in this very space that have been doing this their main thing for like a long time. You're asking somebody
Derek
who's happy
knows that. Derek knows that.
Yeah. So
even Derek knows that, and I just made one reference to Robert Price. He knows that.
Right.
That's why he said go on his channel. Earliest video, he says Richard. What did I just say? Richard Finley was the infidel guy was his first podcast. So that tells you he knows that.
Right. That's
he can tell you like
too,
Derek,
right?
Now Derek, these. For sure. But go ahead.
Yeah. So I was just gonna say, when the whole thing first started for me, it was I didn't really know what was going on until Derek started making stuff about why he was going to keep having Dr. Price on, right? And I was actually with them on that because I didn't know, right? I'm the outsider perspective. I'm sitting there like, you don't want to get.
Well, the old black Christians say, "Bless your heart." You didn't know. You bless your heart.
Yeah.
I know that. It's funny because I know that too. When I watch some of y'all interact with some of these folks, I know. That's why I sit back and I'm just so interested.
I see it. Yeah, you see it. And I'm like, but I'm just keeping it a buck with where I was at the time, right? I was like, all right, Derek, you're gonna ride with Robert Price. We get it. We're with you. And then it was like we saw him before our eyes transform on that and be like, nah, I can't even do it. And I mean, Derek was breaking down. I mean, it was really emotional for him.
Right. We saw that. Exactly. And I'm yes, we saw that. And then I like I told you, I can go to where I to be so real with you, mom. I don't even want to say it. Yeah. I knew it was gonna be like how long? Okay, how long? Let's be. We're gonna see how long this lasts. Cause when I deal with anti-racism and stuff, that's my main cup of tea.
Right.
My main cup of tea is not even in this space here.
Yeah.
But like I tell everybody, yes, I am an atheist, agnostic, whatever you want to call it. So yes, I am. And I saw you out there, and I do talk about secularism and black free thinkers.
Ooh, nice.
You know what I'm saying?
Nice.
And because we have a history of that too.
Right. Right.
At the same time, I still believe we're the most spiritual people on the planet and religious people on the planet at the same time. But also we had, I mean, don't be surprised we have so much diversity because we come from where humanity started and all that.
Right.
So of course we have the most, and you know that being in your field. Come on, man. But anyway, damn, I lost my train of thought, my man. But no, I thought when he was going through that, I figured that I was like, how long? I wonder how long this is gonna last. And it sure as hell didn't take long before that started to see that.
Yeah, so I think he realized. I think he didn't. I think he wasn't paying attention. Now I don't. Now that's the part. That's the hard part that I'll never know. Right. I only know what information I'm getting. Right. So for me, when he really turned around on it and was like, "Nah, I'm not doing this anymore. People have reached out to me. I'm shutting down the whole Dr. Price thing." I was like, "Cool." Now what happened after that? Because for a lot of us, that was kind of the end of it. It was all right, cool. We realized, all right, Dr. Price is not a good guy and whatever, that's it. But the big thing that happened was he went on Pine Creek Doug's channel after that, like immediately. Like this is an immediate aftermath. About 8 months ago, Doug made a whole video sitting down with Dr. Price. Mm-hmm. And that made it so much worse because for people like me, and I think most of the people in the community, we didn't know what Dr. Price said, right? Like, that's why I'm telling you with the Derek thing, it's like, that was all the information we had, was Derek was saying, hey, people been calling me, I've been hearing that apparently Dr. Price has had, some problematic views. Me and Bob Price have never discussed, I didn't know this, I didn't discuss these things with him. So then I think at first Derek's instinct was, all right, well, I gotta hold down my loyalty to my friend, and I'm not going to shut him down just because people are coming at me on this stuff. I'm going to first default to sticking with my mans, and then we're going to take it from there. But then I think once people really put him on game, he was like, nah, I got to shut this down. But for the most of us as outsiders, we still don't know what the heck's going on. We just going from we're uncomfortable but keeping them to too uncomfortable to keep them. And I don't really know what's changed in the interim. But when he sat down with Face Doug on Pine Creek, all of a sudden,
and at the end of the day, as a brother, if you see a white person react and saying, yo, it was bad or racist or something like that, then you like, shit.
It must have been bad. It had to be legit.
It had been something.
Yeah, they don't throw each other under the bus for that for no reason.
You know what I mean? For them to break code like that.
Yeah,
and they've been riding the whole. That's been his premier scholar.
Guy. Yeah. It must have been something.
What's cracking?
So when he sat down with Doug,
broke it down.
Yes, that was when.
And I didn't hear that.
It was a huge problem because they spent a couple hours and Bob Price actually was there articulating. Like Bob Price was trying to do, this is his thing now apparently, I realized that apparently he tries to do damage control and only does more damage, right? And so he was on Doug because Doug's a fuckface right-winger. And this guy Doug, you probably not know, he's Pine Creek, but Pine Creek Doug he's a right-winger, but he's very radicalized with his shit, but he does it for his own entertainment. So he's
you definitely know you definitely know a lot more of these white folks online.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
So now Rob Price is he's sitting down with somebody who wants to bring it out of him, right? Who's like, no, Bob, let's get into this. Let me, So now Bob's articulating his positions on all of this, and it's just dog shit, right?
Right.
But the bigger thing was, all of a sudden, right-wingers are coming out of the woodworks in the comment section, in the live chat. And prior to this, I got to admit, my man, I have been in a bit of this atheist bubble, right? Because this is the community I found when I was in grad school. I was just happy to finally find atheists to talk to and get to know.
I see you feel at home. Man. I noticed that. I see you feel at home.
And then
trying to come off like the neon guy, but in the atheist space.
I see you.
And
now I'm realizing, holy shit, man. This community, which I actually wanted to even stop calling it at that point.
He didn't build the whole character. He got so comfortable. He built the whole character around him.
Yeah, and then it's like and then I'm realizing, yo, we have a right wing problem, and these cats.
That's why I don't get too comfortable
these cats
around them like that.
These cats bring them out. They're bringing them out. But at this point, I'm literally just a fan. I'm just part of this community. I've literally just started like that week, right? And so in my Discord, some other people of color who had like been out here longer were telling me, they were like, Jay, we knew Robert Price had a problem because a lot of us were watching Robert Price's social media history long before he was on YouTube, because he's an atheist scholar, so people knew of his work. He had been making, a social media presence in this space, and then he'd been saying all these problematic things. So they're like, number one, we already knew who Bob Price was, and we were just, it's a ticking time bomb. We were just waiting for everybody else to start paying attention to him in these other spaces till they figured it out. And then number two, it reveals that this whole atheist movement and all of that is just infested with fucking toxic right-wingers. And bro, I wasn't ready. I wasn't aware. People were coming out in the comments of the stream saying shit like, why can't we use the N-word if all the rappers use it in the music videos? And I'm sitting there like, no, it's awful.
I'll ask you a question. So, okay. Why did the guy, I don't know him personally, from Gnostic Informant, why did he bring you on that show when y'all talk with Robert Price? What you had to do with it?
Yeah, so
don't worry, I'll wait.
Yeah. So to be honest, I don't have anything to do with it, right? But I think
that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So why did it bring you on there?
I like to think if anything, it was because I've spoken about it, and I like to think that they were trying to help me, right? Like so I consider Derek and Neil friends, right? And so I think, they do tend to go out of their way to try to help me, and I appreciate that, right? So, I'm thinking like, Neil and I are the type who, they might just hit me up like, bro, you want to go live about this? You want to do that? So, I think, I appreciate them trying to put me in the mix in that regard.
They let you in the house, right?
Yeah.
and they gave you them extra biscuits.
But here's what they did.
I'm messing with you.
But here's what I think they didn't know, right? Is that I'm trained in this, right? I'm new in this space, but I'm not new to this game, right? I was a teaching assistant in the sociology department at Penn State, right? And so I taught a class called the sociology of race, right? And it was my job to facilitate these type of sensitive conversations about race, gender, political issues, social interpersonal issues. And I trained other people in how to facilitate them and everything. So I had a lot of experience in this, and it's also something I'm passionate about, right?
And I like as you said that, and I didn't know that.
Go ahead.
Because there's somebody else that I kind of, and I have to admit, the person that I named earlier, that is on panels of reparations, and I didn't know that about her.
Right.
And the thing was, I wouldn't have known because certain people that I hear are like that. And then I see him around certain other spaces. I'm like, it doesn't connect, sometimes. Because I'm like, there's a certain person in, yeah. Anyway, go ahead, man.
So I definitely had that background where I'm like, I can handle this. Like I'm not gonna be on some silly YouTuber stuff. Like I know how to handle these types of very sensitive conversations, like for real. And then on top of that, I'm developing a bit of a reputation as it's not. I don't think people would say it's my main thing because I'm kind of broad in my content, but I do a lot about racism, right, and bigotry.
I think I'm broad. I think I'm kind of broad in my content per se. Far as I think I'm broader on YouTube, but on my Facebook is definitely anti-racist. But I'm also into this evolutionary.
100%. And so I'm definitely do content, be it calling out right-wing bigotry or whatever, or like the trash pandas, right? The coons, right? The people who are people of color who are enabling racism themselves, right? And then I also like to think of myself as kind of like the hub of a small group of channels and content creators who are, we celebrate our, you know what I mean? So it's me, I have several co-hosts that are black, you know, my one black friend, Gin and Truth. And so my community.
Now you sound like white people. My one black friend.
No, that's his name. That's his name. That's his name.
Okay.
Yeah.
My one black friend.
No. Yeah, see, he got me out here, man. See, he made this name because it makes it sound funny and people say it. But no, that's that's his name. That's his name.
All right.
Yeah. But yeah, so I think that's the other thing too, is like people count on Jay to be able to talk about these issues and to, you know, in a sense, represent content creators. And so from my perspective, I agree with you. Like, I think they were part of trying to rehabilitate Bob Price's image, right? But I don't necessarily have a problem with that motivation.
Because the one thing they try to throw you, it's almost like a formula with them too. I'm talking the mainstream online space. You see them always going real hard for slavery in the Bible, don't you?
Yeah,
and which is cool, but it'll make you ease up when they going real hard on that, and then they love the man. I swear.
Well, like we go harder on slavery in the Bible than we go on racism we're dealing with right now.
But I'm talking about
in general, just in general in the space. No, that's right. Because it's easier, right? Because the people we're dealing with right now aren't complicit in biblical slavery, the same way they might be complicit in racism right now.
Right.
So it's easier for me to have a conversation, especially amongst white folks, about biblical slavery because if I'm liberal, I can't grandstand on that.
No, and I wasn't talking about you.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But I think
I noticed
it's a sharp point. It's a really astute observation. No, for real. Right. So for me, like, I think, you know, I don't know where this all started. And to some extent, I don't think it matters the most. But there's a certain curiosity to say, did Dr. Price initiate this? Like, did Dr. Price, you know, decide he wants to work his way back in? Did one of these other channels themselves decide for some reason they would like to welcome Bob Price in, maybe because they have some interpersonal connection with them outside of the space? Go ahead.
For me, it's a white-on-white crime. I'm staying out of
it. yeah, but once that ball's rolling, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just imagining, because I don't know, but if I'm Derek or if I'm Neil, and that's why it's interesting to see how the ball got started rolling. If Bob initiated it, if a different channel initiated it, if they thought it was time to initiate it for some reason. But once that ball starts rolling, I think it's natural for them to want to find a path to welcome him back, right? Like, to me, it's not. It doesn't make you a bad person to be.
I agree with
biased
that.
with your personal relationship. You're hoping that you could find a way for this guy to get it right.
No doubt about that.
Right.
But you know, like I said, if it so happened to be somebody else, would you think that would be happening?
That's the question, right? Like, I would like to think, for the most part, I'd like to say yes. right? Like, so for instance, people haven't, this Pine Creek guy I'm thinking about, people haven't cut him out the way they did with Robert Price. But let's say they really, really did. And somehow, because we have some mutual friends, let's say somehow he reaches out to them and he says, man, I've had a real come to atheist Jesus moment or whatever. And, you know, I want to make it right with the community. I want to apologize or whatever. You know, I'm operating from a place where, bro, none of us really wanted to cut you off to begin with. We were all your fans. We were all friends. We were all trying to have you as part of this community. And then if it turns out you're harboring these bigoted ideas, so we had to dip on you. Of course, if you've changed your ways and changed your mind and you're not going to be that way anymore, we'd be ecstatic for you to come back, because not only could we welcome you back into our community and try to heal what was, you know, broken, but on top of that, we now have you as a shining example of the positive transformation we're trying to make. Like, this is proof of concept. Look, somebody this community over. We let them know hard and fast, bro. You touch that stove, you get burnt. Okay, you're cut off now because you done fucked up, right? But you sat in your corner, dealt with the social consequences, realized the errors of your ways, and now you want to work your way back so you could be restored to the critical scholar you once were. And now you could speak directly to the consequences of this type of harmful social behavior. Of course, we all rooting for that. The issue is we didn't get it, and Bob Price ain't ready. Right. So now a lot of us are sitting here. We're trying to break down what I got the motivation. When I heard some of the, right. Yeah. But let me keep it real with you, bro. I think it's done. Like I think Bob did what Bob does. The same way 8 months ago, initially, he got outed. He tried to do damage control on Pine Creek. All he did was make it worse. Whatever he was trying to do now, because for me, when I noticed him coming back up, was I noticed Derek did mention publicly that he's trying to work it out with Bob. They're kind of okay, but at that time, at least he said, I haven't had him back on channel yet, but we're still, I'm in communication with them again.
And I'm gonna let you continue. And with me, some of those people in that space reconfirmed what I already thought about that space, dealing with Robert, how they dealt with this Robert Price thing and other things.
That, like, they're not really with it, right?
Meaning some of them that still interviewed them and still allowed them in that space. You know what I'm saying? They reconfirmed what I've always thought about a lot of folks in that space. Right. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no.
For me personally. You know, I'm not saying who, which one.
Right. No, but that's what I felt too. So matter of fact, what happened was I noticed that Neil did a stream. That was the first time I noticed somebody doing content with Robert Price 2.0. And Neil's original stream title made it sound like we're going to deal with this or something. Like, I forget what the original title of the stream was, but it was like, it was kind of like, oh, sit down with Robert Price and we're going to do Yeah. And then I tuned into the stream and they was just talking about the Bible. Like, it was all just, let's talk about Mark. Let's ask questions about Marcion's interpretation and all of this type of stuff. And I was like, whoa, I thought we was about to get in here and get into what happened. And I think I left a comment or super chat or something along those lines, because to me, I was probably feeling what you were feeling, like, wait a second. So Bob Price is just back and we're just going to skip past everything that happened and go right back to Bob Price. Could you please teach us about the New Testament again? And to be honest, after that, I was like, I'm not even
you know really, what I mean?
I'm not even really with this. So so after that is when, to me, Neil called me and was like, yo, this is what's going on with Bob. Now, I didn't know what happened between then and there, but I did feel like it was reasonable to call me out because people knew probably where I stood on that. Like, I had probably not as adamant about it maybe as you or some other people with more history, but I certainly let it be known that, you know, I wasn't with that whole thing, and I thought that was weird. So
But my point was, you don't think that Gnostic Informant brought you on there because of the fact that you're black?
Yeah, no, 100%, 100%.
Okay.
But see, I think here's the thing about it, man.
Yeah. I know y'all buddies. I'm not trying to.
Yeah. No, I
know,
understand.
Yeah.
It's a problem from a lot of perspectives when you're trying to tokenize people's identity. You know, I need to give this person a way back into this community. Let me get a black face and a trans face to like carry their social capital and kind of pave their way back in, right? That's a problem. And I think Neil put himself in a situation, right, where that's how potentially people are gonna see it, right? So for me as a friend, I'm like, whoa, bro. This is one of the things where you feel like an ally.
And it's funny because I was communicating with you right before you about to do it. I said, this cat's so excited and giggity. He over here. I'll hit you up later. He's so excited for this thing. I'm gonna leave him alone. Let him do his thing. Because I remember you was supposed to because I first started communicating with you. Email right before.
Yes, and this whole thing was going on, and I
knew it too.
And I'm like, man, let me deal with this. You're right, because I didn't know exactly what was going on.
I'm gonna leave him alone. This one.
Yeah,
man.
Let
me see what the brother got to say.
I was in the thick of it. Yeah, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah. You didn't go ham, but you did speak your mind and stuff, and you did allow other folks to get their things in. But but like I said, I admire you. I admire the way of you very articulate and smart brother.
Thanks.
Light years ahead of me. I like the way you handle yourself and handle things.
Yeah, it wasn't ideal, man. I got to be honest with you, but a lot of it is like
and you are an authentic type of guy. That's why you're on my channel right now. But you do have certain people that they
But look, let me say this, right? Because this is the thing. Like, I think you bring up an excellent point, right? Like, it really is, because that's what happens. It's like a hood pass, right? Like, it's a white boy. None of us know him. If you come through with him, then we gonna be like, all right, let's hear him out. Let's give him a chance. If he come through on his own, it's gonna be like, no. So that's a problem.
Because of you and the other guy too, the transgender.
Well, Chrissy, she. Now here's the flip of that, though.
Yeah.
And I've called this out, so I felt responsible in that regard as well. I'll always call out how this community has a white boy problem. I actually talk about it all the time. And I mean it on sort of two fronts.
Okay.
The first is just demographically. Right? It's not really saying this community is racist.
Now you say when you say this space, you're talking about the online
YouTube, on-time atheists. Yes. And so it's a demographic thing. It's just the numbers, right? But then the flip side of that is it comes off in the issues we deal with and the aesthetics, right? We have so many philosophical conversations and so many let's critically analyze the Bible, because when your community is dominated by certain people, you're gonna deal with what those certain people like to do, right? And then it becomes a problem when you come deal with the social issues, because now you have a bunch of usually cishet white dudes sitting around talking about trans issues, race issues, class issues, and it's a problem. And so part of that solution is we're trying to impress upon our privileged friends and family that when at all possible, if you have the opportunity, you have to include Black voices in these conversations. You have to include trans voices in these conversations. And so I'm realizing both things. I'm in, literally, even when Neil called me and was like, bro, this is what I'm thinking about doing, you know what I'm saying? I wanted to be, I'm like, man, I got you. Because I'm realizing both things in that conversation. I'm realizing on one hand, bro's taking a hella risk right now and saying, I'm about to sit down Robert Price and I'm literally looking for a black voice and a trans voice to do it because those are the communities he offended with his comments. No. And at the same time, I'm like, bro, you putting your ass on the line because people are gonna see, Neil, you took it upon yourself to get on your channel to reach out. You had to be the person to reach out and find a black voice, and you had to be the person to reach out and find a trans voice and sit them down. And so if this thing don't go well, it's going to be a lot of blowback. So again, I'm like, bro, I'm your friend. So as a friend who gets that call, you're like, man, I got you, because if you're gonna really do this shit, then fine, I'll be the black voice to do this shit. And for me personally, I was excited in a way because it came full circle. When the whole thing first started, and I mean this very seriously, and I hope you could connect the timing now. Okay. When Bob Price sat down with Doug, which is pretty much the week all of this started, it was literally my first week making a counter-apologetic show with my one black friend who's my co-host for Hot Program. That's his name. And so literally our very first show was about the Bob Price incident. Because that was the week it just started. We were like, holy crap, we got a Hot Program for you today. But here's the thing. We were nobody. Right. And because nobody knew who I was, literally I had emailed Bob Price after I saw him on Pine Creek because I was furious and I was livid. But at the same time, my one black friend was like, what if we interviewed him? What if we could talk to him? Because then we could really, really have the conversation and go in and have our own time and our own space. So we reached out. But of course, he just ignored it because he didn't, he had no idea who it was. So now it's like this whole thing coming back and you're like calling me like, Jay, you want to talk to Bob Price? Hell yeah, I want to talk to Bob Price. Hell now, because now this 8 months in the making for me. Like, finally, he don't know. But bro, I've been waiting to have this conversation, brother.
Oh yeah, it's like I'm waiting to have a few conversations with a few of y'all in the so-called mainstream space, and y'all know that. And I'm gonna come correct.
But now I know you, so now I can see who we can sit you down with, man. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, maybe you can, through your word of mouth, you could throw a brother a bone out there.
I'll tell you like this. The one thing I could do is say, I could say to people, I appreciate you trying to be anti-racist.
No doubt.
Why don't you link up with some of these anti-racist voices who have been doing this longer than I have? You know what I mean? That's the least we could do to really push the issue forward. Yeah, but yeah, man. So I just want you to see that connection, right? So for me, it wasn't just, oh, we're just gonna get it. It was just really like, man, for me, this is something I really shouldn't turn down. And I really felt like if Bob Price was seriously sorry, then this was going to be a great opportunity for us, man, because now we can make the connection. We could have follow-up conversations. I can invite him on Hot Program, and we could really get into it. And if it doesn't go well, then I have the training to hopefully stop it from being a train wreck for Neil, if nothing else, right? And then I want to be totally transparent, 100% transparent.
And when you're done with that, I'm going to add something.
Yeah, for sure.
I wouldn't be the real Nordic Black
if I didn't but I'm going to be totally
my
transparent.
Real opinion, but go
Derek,
ahead.
I think Derek from Mythvision's a wonderful guy. He's been really helpful for me. I'm trying to do some courses with him this semester. Neil has been really supportive of me. So I wasn't coming from an unbiased place. I'm literally thinking, man, if Bob is trying to work his way back in and he's truly sorry, I would love to be there to hear and accept his apology. I would love to be like, man, I got to hear Bob Price out and I'm convinced he's sorry. And now when I see Neil and Derek maybe having more stuff with Bob Price or other people making videos, I'm like, man, and I got to speak to him and be part of the process, and this could be fucking great, And then the conversation happened, and to keep it real, Bob just wasn't ready. But go ahead.
I feel you on that, and I agree with a lot of stuff. I just don't like sometimes how they always present Black. They always, when it comes to forgiving, we the most forgiveness. You heard that, we're the most forgiveness people on the planet. When it comes to the forgiveness stuff, they always will have our face linked in with it. When it came to when it comes to that so much all the time, and it was kind of like, that's why when I saw them throw you on there, I was like, because they're the ones who point out the argument in the fight. They know the history of this. Yeah. And then when it's time to have some forgiveness going around, they throw you in there, and I don't know. I just didn't like the optics sometimes. They always have us, you know, when it comes, like I said, coming to forgiving, they always have us in that space where we're the most forgivingest people on the goddamn planet. I swear to God,
I almost, man, you're making me think of like Tyree Nichols' mother, where her child just got murdered, but it was
or like the
on
supermarket,
her.
or the supermarket when the dude came in like he was a gamer and shooting people. He had it on video. They had that little trial and how they were the victims' mothers and kin were talking to the one young boy that came. It was in New York.
Okay.
And they went. Remember this? He went into the supermarket and was just shooting up people and stuff like that. That was recent.
But tell me what happened in the reconciliation. They put the victims out there to lead the charge.
I mean, you always have they always highlight the black people talking about, I forgive you, I pray for you, and
right.
You don't hardly see that when it comes to the something on the other the other way around. They always highlight us forgiving folks the most.
Right.
And it comes from certain things. That's why the Bible and all this is tied to all this, tied to racism and stuff. And I try to connect those dots. That there's reasons why they push religion on us so much, on our community and our people.
There's a fear of black retribution, right? It's a fundamental phobia of if we acted out the way we're treated, they feel unsafe because they recognize it's almost like because they wouldn't take the treatment with it. Right. So you have to pacify us because if you don't, we've been through so much that they're really afraid, we'd be in off with their heads mode.
And they know we the most forgivingest people on the planet. Let's be honest. They know we the most forgivingest people on the planet, the most humblest people on the planet, even though you see us flexing our chest a lot for no reason.
Yeah.
But I always still say we the most humblest.
Well, when you're marginalized,
we're the most open. There you go. And so you have to be open to others, whoever's
exactly.
You know what I mean? So
you may have hated me yesterday, right? But I have to be forgiving because I'm gonna need you tomorrow even more than I needed you yesterday. So you fucked me over yesterday, but it's still so many people out here against us that once you're trying to count yourself as an ally, we have to welcome you back because we're still in
instead of
position.
Instead of spending that energy to come together, like you said, getting with your little group of black people or whatever, doing your thing or cooperative economics or doing our thing. You know what I'm saying? We tend to mostly beg to be on their platforms or just be in bed with them, man. I swear to God, man.
Yeah.
So it frustrates the shit out of me sometimes.
It's very interesting. This is a thing that comes up even with economics, where you could basically track a dollar. Right, like you could take a dollar and the way it's spent, and you could
how
track,
it moves around that community, right?
And you could track.
What they say, 6-7 times. In our community,
Yes, right. In the black community, 6-7 times before it's out the community. When in white communities might be 30 times, and what it means is like when we get resources, we don't keep it within our community. We go outside of our community to spend our money, which is part of the reason we can't keep what limited resources we're able to get. It's also a problem in what we're talking about because we're in such a niche part of the algorithm that it's hard for us to support each other with the type of growth we need. So it's almost like we loved hip hop going. A lot of us didn't love hip-hop going mainstream from an artistic or cultural perspective, but we loved it from an economic perspective because it made it a billion-dollar industry about, at least ostensibly, about our art. We're in a similar situation here where there's a lot of money and resources and channel or social currency that's happening in this atheist space. We're not getting a part of that. So we need people to say, hey man, what these black atheists are doing is super cool, it's super hot, let's pump that up.
Right.
But in a way to where we're not reinforcing our dependence on those spaces. So we really have to almost demand them to support us, and then we've got to still support each other. Right? It is a challenge. It is a challenge. Like it's like education. It's like business. We always have to reach up while reaching back, and it's tough, man. It's tough. But this is real shit, man. Appreciate you.
Hey, these comments. Can you read the rest of them? Or my bad.
Yeah.
Damn,
some of them.
No, some of them, not all. My bad. If there's any questions, I guess that pop up, I guess you can say, "Damn, Mojo, you going all out, huh?"
Let me see.
James Apperson in the building.
Some of these are UC Love, James Apperson. There's some of my mods coming through. Mojo said, I'm a story writer, and I wouldn't like it if people would criticize my story because of race or color of my characters. I want my freedom in that I am JoJo freelancer KUP for a reason.
Let me say there was a question in there, or there was a statement made by Mojo. I think.
All right. Mojo also said he brought him on maybe because of Pine Creek. He criticized Pine Creek. That's maybe why. Yeah. So I'm probably Pine Creek's, at least one of Pine Creek's biggest critics. And Pine Creek's a very popular, unfortunately, streamer in that space. And so, yeah, me being such a vocal, outspoken critic of Pine Creek, which is something Neil and Derek appreciated me for was bringing more attention to that. So yeah, all of that.
And Mojo, I think
points.
Mojo was the one who mentioned you, which I told him that I'd known about you already. I think when I was when I was interviewing the Caribbean atheist guy Phil G out of Barbados, he was in on that conversation, commented and said, "Hey, have you heard of Pocket Lock?" And I said, yes I have. But anyway,
well, I appreciate that. Also the interesting thing is, man, we gotta be aware of the realities of the situation we live in. Of course, people should be free to make art and stories and have complete freedom in their characters and how they're portrayed.
You feel me?
But you also want to operate in a way that's culturally sensitive, and sometimes that's the commentary. Sometimes it's people have a certain racial or cultural stereotype in mind, and you're going to flip that.
So what's your thoughts on cancel culture then?
Hang on one sec.
And we're gonna end this soon.
I'm almost under. No, I just had to fix one of my speakers. I'm almost under the persuasion that it doesn't happen enough. Like it's a weird thing. I don't really think there's, a lot of times we hear right wingers talk about being canceled while they're on a show in front of millions of people. And so what does it mean to say that you've been canceled? But I do really think that people just need to get over it. We're living a time of social consequences, and nobody is demanded to watch you. So if you say some fucked up shit and people don't want to work with you, or people don't want to hire you, or I don't want to put you in my movie because I'm spending, tens or hundreds of millions of dollars on this movie, I'm planning to get even more in return and make a profit on it. And people aren't going to buy movie tickets to watch you because you keep saying some transphobic nonsense, then that's just business. That's just life. And I think what happens a lot in this internet community is people feel like they got to be entitled to say whatever, and then I have to continue to give a platform for it. I'm not going to do that. So
do you believe that it's distributed?
No, of course it's not. Of course not. Of course not. It just, all of these social platforms just reinforce, the sort of prejudicial systems that are already in place. But yeah, like Robert Price is a good instance. Like I think Robert Price deserves the consequences that he's getting. And I think if he doesn't change his ways, it's predictable that he'll continue to see negative consequences as a result of his behavior, and he should, because the consequences he's facing are direct consequences of flaws in his personal character. And so there should be consequences. I mean, this is basic stuff. And I got to be honest with you, man, because we're talking about racial issues. I feel like that is a lot of the white boy game, right? The white boy game is what makes me such a noble person is that I will sit down with anyone. And no matter how much we disagree, I'm such a great person because I'll be friends with everybody. Yeah, I've got black friends and I've got friends in the KKK too. And I love all of them. And don't you wish you were more like, and I'm like, no, motherfucker. I want to be friends with people of color and anti-racist and people who don't know where they stand on race or they aren't quite sure, can get the fuck out of my life immediately and right now. You know, and I'm sorry I ever was friends with people like this before I knew who they really were. You understand what I'm saying to you? And so I don't agree. Like, it really, to me, I'm all about canceling people. I'm all about blocking people, shutting them the fuck out, shutting them down, unsubscribing from them, deleting their channels. You know, all about all of that shit until you come correct. Now, once you come correct, acknowledge the error of your ways, specifically what you did wrong and how you can do better. You know, then I'm all about creating a pathway back. But until then, I think the problem we're dealing with is that people won't cancel people. And it's like no matter what these people say or do, you know, you're giving them a second chance. You want to hear them out, and that's what I hope is even coming out of the Bob Price situation. Is that people sat this fucking man down. They gave him a second chance. People called it out, like, bro, we're not giving him a chance unless he sits down and makes it right. He didn't. He didn't make it right.
What was his thing against the transgender community?
He originally basically
allegedly,
he originally basically implied that he would not be forced to use language he didn't want to use. It was the whole you can't tell me what to say. I'm not going to change my language.
And the pronouns.
Yes, and he also made misogynistic comments in some of his scholarly work, some of the introductions he made, and then he has a history, I think, of making, you know, problematic comments on his social media. So, you know, and
go ahead.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, no, I would be, you know, I wouldn't call myself the real Nordic Black. I would be lying to you if I haven't posted anything that came off controversial before. And on Facebook, not so much on YouTube, but on Facebook, I brought up that when, you know, with people when it comes to the transgender community, which is so funny is out of all my anti-racist postings, I get the most controversial post when I talk about something with the transgender community, and it was in relations with sports. With transgender community in sports, and you know, I fall on my sword when it comes to this, and but I don't engage in that talk anymore, or I don't post much on that anymore. And I got people from all over, transgender politicians and people, and you know, all kinds of people. But when I posted about the transgender community, well, when it comes to transgenders in sports with women. You know, versus natural born women or whatever. I don't know all the proper terms and pronouns, so I'm gonna tell you that right now. Yeah. So, in my view at the time, and still am in a way, it's a bit modified, that, you know, because like I said, that well, you heard about the swimmer, you heard about even the MMA fighter, when the lady, and things like that. And so when these issues came about and these topics came about, I've said that you know, I believe, far as women are concerned, it's unfair. Transgender have an unfair advantage, and that was in my opinion, and some of the information that I've was pervy to read and understand. I thought it was, kind of some sort of science backing for now, and it's still being, I don't know, written about, talked about, experimented on. I don't know, but
Yeah.
when it comes to transgender in sports, that's the only part where I have an issue, I guess, if it's against, natural born women or cis women or whatever you
Yeah,
want
I
to
mean,
call it,
to be
that
honest,
I feel that it's an
yeah,
unfair advantage. But that's not to say, and some people take it as, oh, so you don't think they should be in sports. No, I never said they should be in sports at all. I think anybody can participate in sports. Anybody and everybody should. And I just think that they should have more, more levels or more I don't know, more different type of competitional, levels. They should break it down in whatever ways, that everybody could, fairly participate in. But
yeah, I think. I mean,
yeah,
unfortunately, I think it's a distraction.
I've heard that.
And I think we should all try to get more educated on this issue. But as I understand
for
it,
sure.
The people in the sort of governing bodies of athletics, especially
Right.
like in the Olympics, they've really looked into this, and I'm pretty sure that I've changed my mind on this. I used to. There are certainly biological differences, but I really now favor the participation of trans women in women's sports because
Okay.
I think it's become.
I think on one of my live interviews, you can go down my live interviews. I interviewed I believe he's an evolutionary biologist out of University of Oslo.
Okay.
Who's written textbooks and stuff, and he has a different view than you.
Yeah, a lot of people do. Do. But I don't think. I think the issue, at least as I understand it, and again, it's not my expertise.
And so the reason why I mentioned that, so
Sure.
folks that are now chiming in and heard me, trust me, I don't just say something out of the blue. There's a reason, and folks didn't realize that I did, because after I had that actually, I said, okay, well, let me go to. I'm in Norway. I've got little flack saying that. Who should I go to?
Yeah.
Maybe the guy that talks about evolutionary
biology. We have a transgender athlete in our community, and other people have done.
I'm not against them playing sports.
Yeah, I wish Stephanie Helms was here. Stephanie is here. Yeah, and I don't even know. Stephanie, is there a link you can maybe share with us? And I'll share it with them, because I think a lot of us are misinformed about this issue.
And like I said, and that's why I call myself the real Nordic Black. I keep it real, man. So I'll tell you my mishaps, everything. I mean, or my misunderstandings or whatever.
Yeah.
But I had to add that when it comes to that. But there is a evolutionary biologist that I have interviewed out of here, University of Oslo, and like I said, I believe that he has a different opinion to that, and I interviewed him. He's on my live.
Look, we've got to. I think at the end of the day, one, I don't think this isn't even an issue. It bothers me that we even discuss this issue, right? This isn't an issue that I think,
I didn't even want to bring it up, to be honest.
I understand. It comes up. Oh, and it definitely comes up when we're talking about Robert Price, because he got himself in so much controversy talking about the trans issue. So now this is the Robert Price conversation. And anytime,
because I always accuse other people of
and I think
going
what you were
to
trying to say is that you understand why people are adamantly against Dr. Price, but that sports issue is the one issue where your opinion may divulge from the left's typical narrative.
My opinion in particular, right. And I didn't know about that he had a problem with the trans community. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know about that. I learned about that when I heard you talking, you and the group talking about it. I thought it was just this racial thing. But so I learned that like literally today.
Yeah, but I think the issues are deeply intertwined, and I strongly recommend looking this up, because I think it's important especially as people of color.
My stance is not so strong against it's not me competing. I mean, my stance is but far as what like what I've read and what the information I was given, peer review articles and or what have you, and certain biologists or scientists that I spoke to, like I said, they were adamant on saying that there was unfair advantage still to this day. And I just kind of like, but it's not nothing that I just go out there and just advocate. And it's not a big subject that I talk about at all.
Yeah. So I'll share a link with you, but
out of the thousands of posts that I post, I probably only posted 2 that dealt with transgender and sports, and out of those 2, I had the most controversial reactions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're going to. So let me share this. The International Olympic Committee's framework says that no athlete should be precluded from competing or excluded from the competition on exclusive grounds of an unverified, alleged, or perceived unfair competitive advantage due to their sex variations, physical appearance, and/or transgender status. And so they've made it pretty clear that there are parameters to really determining if something is unfair and really dangerous to the competition. And the problem is, yes, there are biological differences that we can measure, but this has not translated to an actual issue in sports, right? And so,
but with that being said, though,
right.
I do believe that there's certain international bodies or whatever in sports that don't probably test them like they should, because they had an MMA fight, I forgot how many years ago, when they tested it for the first time, like a full combat fight with a woman and a transgender in Brazil, and the woman got pummeled, almost like to her death.
I don't know. There's examples of cis women beating trans women, though, right? So this is not our issue, but we got to on this, man.
Yeah. I feel you.
And I'll share this. I'll share this link in the chat with you.
And like I said, it might be my ignorance or whatever, and I'm gonna read more on this topic.
Yeah, man, definitely encourage you to. The only and the main reason is because we are out here, right? So once we have these platforms, we have an influence, and we want to make sure we come correct. Because my thing is this, right?
That's why I don't speak on it.
Yeah,
at all. Yeah.
But I think we should, right? Because we got to get informed and then speak on what we get informed about. Because you got to remember, bro, it's like when Black Lives Matter happens, right? That's everybody. Every community rallying together to be like, yo, we have to get behind Black lives because we're being murdered in the streets, right? But that's what's happening to our trans family members right now. Right. So we gotta have the urgency.
Don't get me wrong. When a lot of people are bigoted towards them, I'm definitely speaking out and stuff like that. It was just this one topic in particular when in relation to sports, I just kind of was on the fence. I didn't really, I guess I didn't do my due diligence as much, and I'm hearing, I'm getting, people sending me scientific articles and works from this end, and then this other side, this end of the spectrum. So I'm like, okay, I don't know where to land on it. Yeah.
Appreciate you, yeah, man. That's okay. It's like I said, we're always out here learning, and that used to be a thing I held a different opinion on, and. I got some more information. I listened to, some of my, trans friends and did some more research, and I changed my mind. And I'm confident that other people will go through the same process. And we all have a starting place, and sometimes the table is set based on the conversation.
And I have to be honest too. A lot of times in the Black community, when it comes to, that's why Black people are getting more specific with their problems now. They're trying to talk. That's why you hear people talking about foundational Black Americans, American descendant of slaves. They don't want to, when they talk to politicians, they want things that are tangibles. They want things specifically for Black folks instead of just that minority groups, because they feel slighted by certain other marginalized communities, whether it's the Hispanic, Latino community, whether it's the LGBTQ, in certain other communities because they feel that sometimes certain resources that were earmarked or was supposed to be for black folks were kind of end up being, you know,
Yes.
you have other folks claiming minority and taking some of that piece of the pie, and which you get what I'm saying. And so we have a tendency to, and I wouldn't be the real Nordic black if I didn't say that. And I do notice certain, and like I said, you want to go back to this space of the atheism space, I do see definitely they're really LGBTQ friendly, which is good. I'm seeing that even more so than I see black faces.
Yeah, that's I think that's a real problem because we need each other's voices, and they kind of turn us against each other because a lot of times we're instead we're going, well, why are they getting the support right now? Why aren't we getting the attention? You spoke about things that could be real problems.
When have we ever got in this space particularly? When have we really got a heavy attention? Rather than I get some of them are very personal to certain ones that I found out later, you know what I'm saying, which is cool. But you know what I'm saying, like, yes, they push that, and that's cool. And like I've noticed in that atheism online space that they're going heavy for them, which is cool. But I'm like, I didn't even see our run. Like it was like, what the fuck? It's like they're like the Atlanta rapper run. We had New York hip hop, then the West Coast, and then now they went to the South and they forgot the rest of the like. They making a run like
Bobby making a lot of content. I don't see a lot of anti-racist content on white community in the white atheist community. I really don't. I'm just being honest.
Bingo.
And I don't know if that's because of.
I ain't blaming. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't know if that's because
you have to understand. You have
harmony or
but you have to understand why I'm coming now. I'm coming and why I'm asking what I'm asking.
I do.
You know what I'm saying?
I do. Where I'm at is the community needs to do better to address racism and support people of color and content creators of color, right? But it's also really important as content creators of color that we become, in my opinion, the most outspoken vocal advocates for our trans family members too. Because look, here's the deal, like
we
have the narrative that isn't their story, but we know what it's like to be marginalized. We know what it's like to be humanized,
I get that.
That's it. That's what I'm
saying. I agree. We need to have their back. We need to be the outspoken when it's against anti-Semites or
100%.
LGBTQ for sure.
Yes.
But
I mean, we need our moment in the center.
Let's not jump out the window for them. We wouldn't even do that for ourselves.
I
mean, come on, man.
That's a valid point. Yeah. No, it's a valid point. And I think that was also a problem in my conversation with Robert Price on Neil's channel. Because we did go in on his anti-trans position. But
you know why
a lot of shine. But then we didn't really spend quality time talking about his racial comments as much as we did his anti-trans comments. And part of that I think.
But then again, like an outside looking in, then you find you find out some of them could be personal because some personal relationships in some mainline atheism spaces that. That personal reasons why the LGBT community is I don't know, in the front line now, more than because there's more personal relationships that I've seen with them mingled with instead of so many personal relationships that they have. I see them with black folks or in the interracial relationships.
Well, I think what's going on right now is in the moment we're in.
Or they're mimicking they're mimicking.
No, I think what we're trying to do is, I think we're trying to reflect the current political conversation. And unfortunately, when you deal with right-wing violence, on the aspects of racism, we're having the conversation around Black Lives Matter, and we're having the conversation around the murdering of Black people, right? But in day-to-day life, and it's not because of anything we've done right, but it's more that there's been a surge in anti-trans rhetoric. So I think for a lot of people, there's, right or wrong, a sort of perceived harmony to where it's like most people aren't racist, and it's not okay to be racist right now. And
hold on. I'm gonna pause right there. You said most people are not.
I think
racist.
That's the perception. Yeah, I think that's the perception. The perception is that.
Okay. Yeah.
By and large, at least in like speaking from as an American,
I get
that we're 90 to 95% on board with it's not okay to discriminate against Black people, and so for some reason Black people make up a small percentage of the population, but we feel like support for Black people is almost ubiquitous. It's not really true, but there's a perception of that. In other words, it's not okay in America to openly and blatantly discriminate against Black people. It kind of is. You can get away with it in a lot of spaces, especially if you do a lot of dog whistling, right? But out and out, let's deny healthcare to Black people. You just can't say shit like that.
Right.
The problem is, right now, the flip side of that is it seems like the anti-trans rhetoric is growing. It's becoming more commonplace. It's becoming more weaponized. It's becoming more violent. It's becoming more dangerous. So I think that's why some of that feeling is there's a different sense of urgency there. But that doesn't mean I disagree with you. I'm just being charitable as to why I think some of us are feeling that urgency right now.
Okay. Yeah, but and I agree a lot with what you're saying. But do you think that the perception is like you said? So I think I understand that you believe that the perception is that okay, people will automatically, they hear something racial, they'll automatically defend that. The common folk, whatever, will defend that quicker than they would against some like some anti-transgender rhetoric or something like that. You think it's more?
I think that's how we see it. Yeah.
You think so?
I think that's how people see it. But you're absolutely right about what the unintended consequence is. Because for a lot of us, we're new to this space. We've only been doing this maybe in the last couple years, right? And so what we're seeing then is, okay, George Floyd, y'all will say something. Okay, a couple years later, maybe if there's a murder, okay, maybe y'all will say something. But for the most part, we're not hearing a lot, but we're seeing, for the most part, our community every day, we're like, stop with the trans stuff, stop with the trans stuff, stop with the trans stuff. So we're supporting our anti-trans community like every day, but then it's like, are we ever going to talk about racism?
But guess what? The Real Nordic Black family and Potluck 86 family, for the first time, I'm going to bring on and I'm going to interview. You just reminded me of something. I got a brother on my Facebook, Black gay guy named Bob Darty.
Okay.
If you're watching in the building, he actually, I remember, sent me a message talking about how I need to, talk about racism within the gay community, because it's rampant. Sometimes he out of his opinion, they can be worse than the heterosexual and stuff like that. And I want to hear his opinion. And there's some sharp brothers. There's some sharp gay brothers too.
Sure.
And I haven't brought them on yet, but I would love to bring them on. Actually, if I do interview them, I would love, maybe possibly have you as the co-host of that.
Yeah. Let me know. I'm down. Yeah, let me know. I have a question. I have a trans friend who.
Because he's the one that wants to talk about these racial issues within the gay community.
I think that's a great idea.
He brought that out. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm going to get back with my man.
So I have a friend named Stephanie Helms who speaks to trans issues way better than I do. If I set you up, would you be willing to interview Stephanie?
Absolutely.
I think that would be great.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, awesome.
No doubt about that.
I'll make sure we connect that.
No doubt about that. No doubt. Actually, I was gonna I was going to in the past interview a transgender person. Actually, I have a whole platform and do some things with that, but I didn't come around to do it.
Sure,
But
sure.
I would love to
That'd
do
be
that
awesome.
for sure.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
But yes, so we've been on for a couple of hours, a lot longer.
Man, it's been fun. I really have enjoyed this conversation,
yeah,
and
right.
I'm glad
Oh yeah,
glad
can
to
you
meet you.
can you all your links and everything? Because you're not only
Pocket Locker 86.
You're a jack of all trades.
Easy to find me on YouTube. I'm also on Twitch, Facebook, and Twitter. But everything's at Pocket Locker 86. And I think if you put
my man got his own website too, so go check it out.
You got it in the title. You could actually just add the @ symbol right there in the title, and that'll let people do it. Or maybe you can drop the link for people in the chat. But yeah, come over, subscribe to Pocket Locker 86. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Click a like, subscribe to my man's channel, Pocket Locker 86 for sure. And also like this video and subscribe if you haven't yet.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you, my man. Until next time. I will definitely hit you up whenever we have the whenever I decide to have the like I told you, the black gay either group or person to come and to talk about these issues, and you can pop in there.
Yeah, man. And let's get the coalition together, because I think we can all support all marginalized populations together, baby. Let's do it.
For sure. Let them know when those white spaces about me too, man.
I'll
pop in a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Appreciate you.
All right, my brother. Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
All right, gang. We did it. That was a very interesting conversation. All right. Most of the gang's actually in here with me in Gather. Stephanie, can you hear me?
Overwhelming sense of impending doom.
I'm not sure if we're all in the same private area at the ranch. Stephanie, can you hear me? I can't hear you for some reason. UC Love, can you hear me?
Yeah, buddy. Oh, yeah.
All right. I think maybe Stephanie popped out and will pop back in. Man, that was really interesting. I thought it was a really great conversation, and you know, until he hit the trans and sports thing. So that was super weird.
He's just got some reading to do, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
It's hard when you're live on air, though, to just be like, you know, this is bypass.
Yeah, and honestly, it's really weird because you know, you don't know how much pushback to give in real time. You know, it's a real weird thing for them to keep going to.
I mean, maybe like set them, like you said with Stephanie, get them to like go private first and then have a public conversation afterwards when it gets a little better bearing on it.
Yeah. That's
myself. Like I don't know a lot about it. I don't have an opinion. I'll let the professionals have decided that there's a way to do it. They obviously know what to do. For me, I have the information now because I think Stephanie just linked something. I'm gonna read it. Hopefully that'll help me understand it a bit better. But I'm never gonna talk about it publicly because I do not feel strong enough to represent it in an honest manner. Like, it's obviously there's a way to do it, or there's a method behind it. Just like any other thing, there's a way to look at it. I don't know. So I'm not gonna say it. Definitely not live. No, I don't fucking know nothing, dude.
All right, let me let's read this real quick. So let's read this real quick. All right, 4 myths and flat out lies being told about trans MMA fighter Fallon Fox. A false image and misleading claims of a broken skull are being used to attack trans women in sports. Fallon Fox, the former MMA fighter who came out as trans in 2013, is again the target of ill-informed people, trying to entirely ban trans women from women's sports. Fox has often been a target of these people, with many of them using false or misleading claims to discredit and defame her. To be sure, a thoughtful conversation about the inclusion of trans women in sports is important for today's society, yet this conversation needs to stick to the facts and an honest discussion. Sadly, some people are resorting to the spreading of misleading information or flat-out lies. Here are some of the most dishonest falsehoods about Fox being disseminated by people trying to create universal bans of trans women in women's sports. Fallon Fox broke the skull of an opponent. This has been the favorite line of anti-trans athlete detractors like Glenn Beck's The Blaze, and it is incredibly misleading. When people use the term skull, they're almost universally talking about the thick, hard cranial portion of the skull that protects the brain. In reality, the skull is made up of various bones that are essentially fused together. The orbit, consisting of the bones around the eye, is part of the facial skeleton and is what was broken in the fight. To read articles and social media posts from people opposed to the inclusion of trans women in women's sports, you think this was a once-in-a-lifetime injury. I was going to say, a broken orbital happens a lot in combat sports. It is a very common, you're punching people in the face. While, of course, broken bones don't happen in every MMA fight, this kind of injury is not unique to fights involving trans athletes. I can say all the time. I'd say we see broken orbitals as the result of MMA bouts about once every 2 to 3 months at the highest levels. Zane Simon, editor of Bloody Elbow, said, maybe at times slightly more often than that. Obviously, with the large amount of MMA that takes place around the globe and on smaller regional shows, those kinds of facial fractures are going to be a fairly common thing month to month, but we certainly don't see them as often as we see broken noses or hand injuries. The nose is also part of the fused skull, but of course we don't see unfair MMA fighter breaks opponent's skull when there's a broken nose. Fallon defeated one opponent in 39 seconds. On March 2nd, 2013, just days before Fox came out as publicly trans, she faced Erica Newsom, and in the first round of the fight, just 39 seconds in, Fox knocked out Newsom. But you know what happened 8 months earlier? Newsom was knocked out by Catalina Malangahu in just 36 seconds. If I'm doing my math right, Fox took 8% longer than her cisgender counterpart to knock out the same opponent. Malangahu was hardly an unreasonable force, going 2-2 in her professional career and failing to land a notable professional fight less than a year after her bout with Newsom. To use this fact to claim Fox had an unfair or dangerous advantage over her opponent is simply false. This is a photo of an opponent after facing Fallon Fox. It's impossible for something to be less true than this claim. This is one of the images floating around social media claiming to be one of Fox's opponent after a fight and thus disqualifying Fox as an unfair opponent. I would not want to fight either of these people. All right. The problem.
No, you would not.
I don't care if they cis, trans. I ain't fighting none of these people for not even 30 seconds.
No, you would not.
The problem
Far away. No, thank you. Dark alley? Nope. Ring? Nope. No way. No how. No day.
Exactly. The problem is that the photo on the right of Kay Hansen wasn't taken after a fight against Fox. It was taken after another fight, and in fact, Fox never fought this woman. I knew that was going to be it. The photo was taken years after Fox retired in a fight against Cal Schwartz. You can see the video here. Given the video has been used to discredit and disqualify Fox from ever fighting again. Oh my goodness. You'd think those same people would be mounting that campaign against Schwartz, the woman who actually inflicted those injuries. Nope. By the way, Schwartz was hardly a wrecking ball in the sport, going just 2-1 in her professional career. That was the only TKO of her amateur or professional career. Another one, cisgender women had, quote, no chance against Fallon Fox. Fox lost to Ashley Evans Smith in her 4th professional match, so false. Stephanie, I didn't get this line in there, but I was thinking of your quote. Cis athletes are only a problem when they win.
Now, trans athletes are only a problem.
I said I fucked it all the way up. I'm talking to the person who gave a quote, and I fucked up their quote to them. I'm an asshole. Trans athletes are only a problem when they win. Sorry, but this is a perfect example of that. And we gotta lie about that too. But Stephanie, look, I've made a lot of confessions to you, right? I confessed, being a bit naive to how much anti-trans rhetoric is out there. And I don't know if I completely failed in my conversation today, but I recognize that as a false belief I used to hold, right? I did my master's in biological anthropology. I taught all about those sex differences. And I used to want to have that intelligent conversation about trans women in sports, but I was starting that conversation from wanting to discuss potentially unfair disadvantages rather than starting that conversation from we need to include trans women in sports, period, end of stories. I wasn't right, and I'm just going to be honest about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's, scoreboard. It's been 2004. From 2004 to 2020, there's been exactly one trans woman on an Olympic team, and exactly two trans people who even made a national team. It's like, come on, seriously? And one of those people was a guy.
Yes.
You have Chris Mosier and Laurel Hubbard. That's it. And in how many years? 25 years of competition at the elite level, really. So you get it's somebody won a sports game. Well, clearly they had an advantage. Well, clearly they did. They won.
It's tough.
And Michael Phelps wins everything. He clearly has an advantage.
And Stephanie, it's tough because
it boils down to individuals. It's not. You don't take a whole category of people because you're constantly comparing. Again, it's all about the women. It's never about the guys. You're comparing trans women to men and trans men to women, and that's not the case. That's the whole idea of trans. Like, things change a lot, and there have been
absolutely
studies, and the biggest study of all is scoreboard.
Say that again. What? Tell us about scoreboard.
Scoreboard.
Tell us about that.
Well, in 25 years of elite competition at the Olympic level, there have been two trans athletes.
You're saying the actual scoreboard itself tells you that they don't have an unfair advantage. Got you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah.
It just boils down to this thing of, oh well, if we allow it, well, we've allowed it for 25 years. If we allow it, trans women will be dominating women's sports, and they haven't. Just haven't.
Yeah. Also, the real Nordic Black is here. Said he feels you and he understands and he would love to interview you. So yeah, we'll set that up. Thanks for being open-minded. And yeah, Nordic Black, we didn't feel like you were coming. We all recognized you were open to learn and just coming from a place with working with a different set of information with where you're at right now. And like I said, I've been there. Other people in my chat have said they've been there. So this is just something as allies we're learning, right? And
I mean, the CCES study that I linked to is a comprehensive look at the literature over the course of the past 10 years or so. 10, 11, 12 years. I think they started reviewing stuff in 2011. And it's a comprehensive review of every scientific paper that's been written on it, peer reviewed. And that's another qualification that the IOC said that national governing bodies and world governing bodies of sport have to take into consideration. Not anecdote, not stories, not, well, my feels tell me that men are stronger than women and can beat them every single fucking time.
Right.
You know, that's what you need to be focused on, is not what's in the newspaper, but what's been reviewed in the scientific literature, including strength studies, longitudinal studies that the studies that are that we don't have a lot of, but there are some that compare trans men to cis men and trans women to cis women. You know, it's you have to look at the categories you're actually dealing with, because otherwise it's just garbage information.
Absolutely. I'm just quickly sharing that link. Sorry, chat got a little messy there, but just want to send that link in the stream chat. Boom, there we go. So Stephanie, I had a couple perspectives on this, and I actually think my perspectives on this are problematic, and maybe you can help me understand why. One time, sometimes when I want to help myself or an ally here, my instinct is to reach for, to start with something like you would say, trans people are, 0.005% of the population. So we're talking about a very small group of people, statistically speaking, right? And then every time we talk about this part of the fam, we have the sports conversation. And I'm not saying this about Nordic Black, because this is just how it goes in this context, right? As soon as we start talking about trans, we're going to start talking about trans women in sports. And my instinct is to go, we're talking about such a very small portion of the population, and now we're immediately making the conversation about this very small part of their lives.
Mm-hmm.
That feels problematic to me. But when I started having a conversation with you, I realized that was super screwed up because of how big sports was in my life growing up. Sports is a huge part of life for everybody. And so I feel like when I say what I'm saying, that's a reasonable thing to say. Yes, there's not that many trans people, and why are we focusing on that one area of their lives? But the point I really wanted to get through to Nordic Black and other people like myself is, as allies, though, we need to get up in that mug, because there's no such thing as trans equality until sports can be as important to them as it is to everybody else. And so can you help me make that link there? Because I don't know. I'm frustrated with my own lack of ability to articulate that.
Well, when you go down that road, you're making the argument that that it's okay as long as there's a separate category. Separate but equal is always equal. That's kind of discredited in a lot of other respects. So you're looking at, trans people can do everything in public except when they can't.
Right.
Like, you can go to the bathroom, but no, you can't.
Right.
You just once you start segmenting the access to public facilities, to public enterprises, where are you going to draw the line? Is it sports? Is it healthcare? Is it where exactly do you draw the line?
Man.
And we're getting fucking right now. It's the camel's nose under the tent. You take something sensational when it comes to discussing sex differences, gender differences, et cetera, and so forth, where you draw the line. And it has impact on women, particularly the attitude towards trans women. and particularly with bathrooms. You know, a butch lesbian is good. Is far more likely to get harassed in using the washroom than a trans woman in many cases.
Wow.
You know, I mean, there have been many cases where somebody is there's a man in there, and it turns out she's butch lesbian. She's not feminine presenting. So then it gets into argumentation of what's acceptable to be present. How do you present? How do you play gender in public? So you're starting to make representations about this. Now, what are you going to do? Have DNA doorknobs so that everybody does that? And then if you want to go down that line of argument, then you get into what's biological.
Stephanie, I cannot
chromosomes?
imagine.
Is it genes? Is it whatever? I mean, I'm sorry, I could go on and on about this.
No, you're great. This is great. I'm just over here groaning because I can't imagine starting a controversy every single time I use a public restroom.
You certainly don't want to, because generally you have to either pee or shit.
Exactly.
And rather urgently. You know, you don't want to have a big political debate every time you go.
And Stephanie, I'm just thinking of something that might seem so minor to us, but I want all us cis people, because this is the shit that we have to get from these conversations, is genuine, honest reflection of the nuanced ways in which this issue affects people's lives, right?
Yeah.
So
you want to have a philosophical discussion about ontology or epistemology or stuff before you get to go into the stall. It seems.
Yes,
Wow.
and so what I'm thinking about now is I don't want this to sound too silly to people, but let's think about how often our trans fam is ridiculously holding it so that they can get, home or hit the road or whatever to avoid a bathroom thing.
Yep.
That's crazy talk, right? Because most of us don't ever think about holding it other than, do I really want to trek to the porta potty? The porta potty's pretty gross. Maybe I don't want to use the public bathroom because I'm not sure the employees upkeep the gas station bathroom to my level of sanitation or whatever it is. But when you're trans, there's just, anytime you're in a public space, you have to go through sort of a risk assessment of where you're at and who's around and, how likely is this to be a thing and how possible is it for you to just bear a little bit of extra discomfort so you can get to somewhere where it's okay for you to use the bathroom.
Yeah, it's the same. The same applies to trans guys. I know a lot of my trans guy friends are very, very careful about it, particularly people that are early in transition, because it's that whole thing is a real process. Just going through that process is a big process.
Right.
For
It's a big thing.
Personally.
Yeah. Damn. Thanks for sharing. All right, so a couple other things I'm hearing that are actually really helpful takeaways for me, so thank you so much for sharing. One is the segmentation you spoke about, right? And I think you used a fantastic example of segregation, right? To where you're saying, okay, you're not a slave, cool, you're supposed to be participating fully in society, but wait, you can't use the same restrooms as everybody. Wait, you can't use the same fountains. You've got to sit in the special part of the bus if you're even allowed on the bus, right? And we don't realize that we're doing that to our trans family members when it comes to sports, right? We're saying, I accept every part of you, but wait, I don't, right? I accept all of you except the athlete. And that's super fucked up, but that is helpful. Thank you, Stephanie. And
I'm going to be AFK for
sure.
15, 20 minutes.
Just give me a sec. One more before you go is the other thing I heard there that was really helpful is that it's a wedge issue. It isn't just about sports. They want to start the conversation
not even about
with
trans people.
Yes, they want to start with sports, and then it's into everything else: the bathrooms, public office, da 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 da, and they're really using that almost as a red herring. Yeah. So thanks, Steph. I know you got to go for a minute. Appreciate you, and we'll see you in a bit. I did want to. I'll probably get off for a while, and we'll hang out and gather, and then I got some stuff to take care of offline, and then we'll be back later for late night counter apologetics. But there was some other things that we discussed on the stream today with Rob that I actually thought was really great. So one issue that Rob talked about with resources, this is a real thing that happens. So for instance, let's say the government sets aside resources and it wants to do some economic development grants in a historically black area. Rather than literally earmarking the money for black business owners in said area, they'll earmark the money for certain developments. In other words, they'll earmark the money for the neighborhood rather than for the particular people in the neighborhood. And then they'll do something like say, and there's a preference for historically marginalized populations, right? So instead of just saying this bill is to develop black businesses in Harlem, they'll say this bill is to develop businesses in Harlem, and we prefer the funding to go to historically marginalized groups. Well, what will happen? You could just have straight up rich white people move into that area and put together the most competitive projects, and it'll go to them. Or you'll have, other marginalized groups, be it Latino people, Hispanic people, Cuban people, Asian people, whatever it is, Jewish people, all of these people also taking advantage of that money. And then when you go and look and do the numbers on where that money actually went, you'll find very little of it actually went to help black people. And matter of fact, most of it was then used in a way that actually put black people or black business owners that area at like a competitive disadvantage. Or you may have just hurt black businesses in the area by just pouring more free money to their competitors, right? So it becomes a fucking mess because we're not able to take a stand and say, no, I'm here to support black people. This is about black people. This is really, really explicitly just for black people. So that happens at every level, from government to scholarships at universities to just the charitable goodwill of our allies on the internet and social media, to where we want to have a conversation and all of a sudden the conversation isn't really about black people, but it gets expounded quickly. Like, it may start talking about racism, it may start talking about anti-blackness, but it'll get quickly broadened. It'll get very quickly broadened to really, let's include our Latinx and Asians, and then all peoples of color. Well, you got to remember, there's a lot of hate against our Chinese fam due to COVID, and there's a lot of anti-Latino stereotypes, and there's a lot of this, right? And so we'll quickly broaden that tent, and pretty quickly it won't just be about anti-black racism. It'll be about racism or colorism more generally. And then it'll branch out into all types of ethnic and cultural bigotries and problems. And then quickly it'll branch out beyond that because we'll start throwing in anti-Semitism, anti-Islamophobe, anti-queer community, classism. And so Black people feel like we can hardly get a stream or a program or a month or whatever it is to really address what's going on in our communities before it's co-opted into sort of broad spectrum advocacy for marginalized groups, which again, I'm not saying that broad spectrum advocacy for marginalized groups is a problem. I'm not at all saying that. I'm just saying sometimes the conversation needs to be particularly about anti-Black racism, and we need to see more support about that in particular, and let's get our anti-Black racism game together before we go broadening the tent, acting like the fight is won when we really haven't even stepped up and fully expressed our anti-Black racism before we move on to the bigger picture. And I'm just as guilty of that as anybody else in the room. I'm more guilty of it probably than most people in the room because I've been dealing with racism as a Black person my whole life, right? So in my own personal journey, this is something I'm just thinking honestly about my conversation with Rob today, which I felt like was just a really kind of refreshing, nice conversation that we had. Didn't agree on everything, but why should that even be the standard? We got along, we respectfully listened to each other, we challenged each other. It was a good time. I think it's what people tune in the space to see. But something he's helping me think about now in the sort of post-show reflection here is I'm probably guilty of it myself, right? Because I've been Black my whole life, right? And I remember strongly feeling a sense of affinity to the only gay, I went to a small Catholic school. We had one gay kid that we knew of in our school, and he was one of my homies, and I was down with that. But I remember kind of having an awakening in college to where I was like, really serious about being a LGBTQ plus ally. But even now, all these years later, seeing everything that's happening in the pushback to the queer community, especially the anti-trans stuff, I am probably a little bit more fervent about that myself than I am about anti-Black racism, because I've been dealing with anti-Blackness my entire life, and I'm sort of growing more personally in my queer advocacy, just because it's newer to my journey on this level. I'm leveling up there a little bit more, a little bit faster, a little bit quicker, because I'm catching up, quite frankly. I'm catching up. I'm just really just catching up, to be honest. Whereas I'm still just catching up in dealing with anti-Black racism, but the game there is a little bit more nuanced, right? So that's just an honest confession. The other thing that is realized is I have a different orientation community-wise than a lot of people. I remember getting pulled over one time on my way to school in high school. And it was one of the rare times where I should say it's never happened since then, but it's one of the few times in life where I kind of had a bit of a privileged identity that helped me out. And what happened was I got pulled over and a cop comes up to me and, I'll never forget, his name was Officer McNosey. And he looked down at me. They're driving, racing. I'm racing, getting to school, so I was driving way too fast. And he's like, "Oh, Notre Dame," because he could see my uniform. I had my uniform on, which ironically, our school's color were green and gold, and we were the Spartans, so kind of a similar look. But I actually had my, proper Catholic school uniform on and everything. So he pulls me over. And it was just really interesting. Like, he's basically says to me, "Oh, you go to Notre Dame. My cousin goes there." And I looked up at his tag and I said to him, "Oh, Leah McNosey," because once I recognized his last name, I knew who he was talking about. I was like, "Oh, Leah McNosey." He's like, "Yeah," and I was like, "Oh, she's in band with me. I know Leah, like whatever." And he basically ends up letting me go, to make a long story short, right? And I remember getting to school that day and thanking Leah McNosey, and I had to have something to show for why I was late or whatever. But I remember thanking her for getting me out of a ticket that day. And it was weird, right? It was like I had on the right uniform. I was part of the club that day. But part of what I realize is if a person just saw me on the street and I don't have my Catholic school uniform on, or you don't know anything about my background or education, I just strike people as like typical African American dude. Even when we see people like Nordic Black in this space, we see him, and people, if they don't know, it's good that he has it somewhat in his channel name. But if they don't know, like they just probably treat him like he's just a typical American Black. And for a lot of Black people in America, whether you're the Black person or not, the assumption is that the person that you're talking to comes from a Black community, right? That they probably grew up in a Black home, in a Black neighborhood. They probably went to schools with lots of Black people. Maybe they even went to historically Black college. Maybe they live and work in a city that's very diverse, or maybe they live in a Black neighborhood, right? You see all this type of stuff, right? And so, and for a lot of American Blacks, that's in fact the case. All of those things are true, and sometimes much more than that. Sometimes they exclusively shop at Black businesses. We talked a little bit about the importance of that. They're trying to keep their dollar in the Black community. They're trying to get that average from, 4 to 6 flips before a dollar leaves the Black community, and they're trying to get it to be like 12 or 13 flips before a dollar leaves the Black community. All of this admirable, all of this beautiful. But I realized today that, like, there's really nothing about me that tells people that my background and my story might be any different than that. And at the same time, people know what I care about, what I'm passionate about, and what I bring to the table. They know, well, he's a real one, so we assume he's got the background of most real ones. But what I realized in the conversation today is like, for me, I don't go out of my way to be in white spaces, you know. And as far as I know or can tell, like, I try to, show love to Black content creators. If I don't see a lot of Black content creators out here in this space. As a matter of fact, that's why I agreed to do this. I didn't know if I was going to do more podcasts. When I got serious about maybe doing podcasting, I didn't know if I was going to do, I was always going to do my stream thing on Twitch and do behind the scenes and gaming and production and all this shit and science and stuff. But as far as my podcast, I was either going to do dating, politics, or kind of this atheism type of counter-apologetic stuff. And I went with the counter-apologetics type stuff, even though originally I was leaning towards dating and or politics, because my one Black friend and I started talking offline after we kind of met on Doug's stream. And once we started talking, I was like, damn, man, it'd be crazy, because I noticed I really don't even know of any Black content creators out here in this space. Like, I didn't really know any Black channels doing the type of atheist stuff we were going to be trying to do. Matter of fact, the first Black channels I really found out here doing that type of stuff was Cynetter. And I didn't even know. When I rolled through on them, at first I thought they was on some atheist shit. And then I thought maybe they was on some mystical, weird-ass Christian shit. It took me forever to figure out that they was on some Black Hebrew Israelite shit. I thought they was just weird as fuck for a while. And then eventually I started piecing together that they were Black Hebrew Israelites. But yeah, I didn't know of anybody out here. I ain't seen nobody on the bigger channels. I ain't seen nobody on the smaller channels. And I barely knew of any of us in the chat. I only knew about 4 or 5 of us that I really knew. I see regularly in the chat that I knew were Black. I'm like, bro, this community white as shit. So yeah, I've been mostly just trying to push it myself. Like, I'm a content creator of color. People kind of celebrate my presence in the community. I just assume most people was like me. Like, they just don't know a lot of us is out here. When they see me out here, they show love. Part of it is because they're trying to make it more diverse. I know even like Derek and Neil speak to that when they talk to me. Like, they are trying to do their part to help this community get more diverse, and promoting the Black content, the few Black content creators they know is part of that effort. So for me, it's just been dealing in majority white spaces has just been the story of my life. It's not something I went out of my way to seek or avoid, right? Like, my mother chose to move to the Poconos. My mom and my dad used to vacation in the Poconos. And my mom didn't want to raise me in urban New Jersey. She wasn't really thrilled with the school. She thought I was a really bright kid. She does what a lot of upperly mobile families of color do. Like, if you can afford it, move your kids out the hood, move to the fucking suburbs. Now, my mom's family, they lived in the suburbs of New Jersey, but she still didn't like that area. She didn't like the schools. She didn't like, she really didn't like the wider picture. And she loved vacationing in the Poconos, so that's where she moved me to. My mother used to drive 2 hours on a good day, one way, just to work. My mom used to work in New Jersey, dog, while she was raising me in the Poconos. My mom got up at the ass crack of dawn so she could drive 2 hours to New Jersey so she could make bank in her career. And then bitch would drive 2 hours in a little Toyota Celica back up to the Poconos, and that's why I had to have like after school care and shit. And, you know, the Poconos is real mountainous. It's real known for, like, you know, snow and weather. It's where ski resorts and couples resorts and shit like that are. So a lot of times it's just dealing with crazy weather and shit. But yeah, that's how it started. It wasn't, and so I was just sent to an all-white school. Like, it wasn't like I asked for that. Matter of fact, the first early experience I had, the first time I was the only black kid in the school was probably like 5th grade. And I remember everybody thinking that I should either be able to dunk or, you know, be on cops or some shit like that. Because prior to that, the first couple of years I was in the Poconos, I was in a public school where it was more diverse, but I wasn't being kind of challenged or stimulated the way my mom thought I should be. And I was in the gifted program, you know, because I was tested and I have a high IQ and all that bullshit. But the gifted program was like really limited. And so they were going to skip me. Like, they wanted me to skip a grade. And my mom didn't want me to skip a grade because she thought I'd be like small and behind, like, physically and socially. So she pulled me from the public school system and put me in the Catholic school so that I could, you know, get a more challenging curriculum, but not have to skip grades. To be honest, it really didn't matter. Probably should have skipped grades at Catholic school too. But anyway, so that's what she did, right? And then, you know, I went to Penn State on a full scholarship, but Penn State is a majority white campus. But I went where the money is. Same thing with Michigan State. And, you know, it's the same thing with being an evolutionary biologist. Like, my field is incredibly white. And, you know, I was pretty much the only black person in my entire grad program. My man Nkrumah, who's not even African American, was probably the only one of us in his, and we were both in the same goddamn lab. So, you know, even now, there's these guys called the four, I don't know, it's like the 4 founding fathers or the four soul brothers or something like that. But they're basically like the first 4 major, you know, black evolutionary biologists to like get their PhDs and have academic careers in evolutionary biology. And I know 3 of them pretty well, right? And so they consider me and my friend Nkrumah like soul brothers number 5 and 6. Now, are those numbers really that tight? Probably not. But what's the point I'm making? I'm literally, and I'm not talking about human generations, which are like 20 years. I'm talking academic generations, which are, actually, they're probably on about the same scale. But I'm literally like the 2nd generation of scholars that have even been able to get PhDs in evolutionary biology. So, and like the 1st generation hasn't even retired. Like, they're literally my mentors. That's how recent it is. So my field is all types of lacking in diversity, which is why, you know, I get so much support, because there's you know, people realize we need more black scientists and black faculty, and black scientists are worth our weight in gold right now because of how historically undiverse the field is. And, you know, one of my big career goals is to, you know, start this multi-year, multi-mentor, independent research training program, which literally each student in this program would be in this program for 2 years. And the grant would be millions of dollars. But that's why we're doing it. It's explicitly so that we can train people from underrepresented populations and 1st-generation students so that they can pursue careers in evolutionary biology. So yeah, these are all real issues, and I was kind of thinking through this today because yeah, I don't know. It's just interesting. Like, it's not in me to like come into a small space, be it like gaming or YouTube or social media, and go out of my way to be like, oh, where are where are the black people hanging out? Because for the most part, in my life experience, that's just not a thing. You are the black people. I'm just so used to you're the black people. What do you mean? What do you mean the black people, Jay? It's you and you. And so it's like usually me and my whatever black people I can find in my crew, we usually the only colored crayons in the box. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of interesting to see how other black content creators who aren't in those same circles see my participation in those communities, and also how they see, those communities' acceptance of me or embracing of me. So yeah, it just gave me a real kind of an opportunity to kind of step back and think about it a lot. I hadn't really thought about it like that, but and again, that's just because that's how I am. Like I'm just used to it, and and I'm gonna be wherever we at. You know what I mean? But yeah, it was real cool, man, and I really actually appreciated that. I definitely want to. Like lately, like I've been really happy to find more content creators of color, especially these motherfucking black women, y'all. Maya, Jenna, Esther, we could do we should do a whole thing on black women in YouTube and black women in this new media space, and especially black women in the atheist community, because black women get the shit end of every stick in every community ever. And it's the same thing here. So definitely an important topic that we should revisit. But yeah, I'm really happy to find those spaces. Happy to find those people in this space. Glad that our community is kind of growing in that regard. But yeah, I'd be interested to have some other conversations about that, because I feel like a lot of the other black content creators I found are in the same neck of the woods that I'm in. And so it's almost making me feel like we're the black people in the we're the black people who are accepted in a particular small, predominantly white YouTube neighborhood, but there seems to be sort of like maybe small surrounding neighborhoods that are even more established, neighborhoods where there's some prominent people of color. And so I think they're just new to us, and we're just all trying to figure out, it's just like anything in life, right? Where you start where you're at, and then as you start driving out further and you explore more parts of your surroundings, you start to figure out, who else is out here. But yeah, I'd be interested to hear how other black content creators see see the landscape and where they feel they fit into it, and do they see these same dynamics going on? What are the implications of that, right? Like, are we doing enough? Are we perceived as not doing enough? Are we not carrying the flag for people of color in these spaces the way we need to be. I don't think any of us has a individual obligation to do that, but I'm pretty sure the type of personalities that I'm talking about, you know, want to be cognizant of it. We at least want a chance to think through it and be aware and act intentionally, whatever direction we decide to go. So yeah, it's really, really, really great conversation, I thought, actually, about that stuff. Really, really, really interesting. Also, man, we were on the same page about the limits of advocacy. The limits of advocacy, like, to where it feels like our issues are not important enough in this community to draw hard lines. I think one of the great examples that Rob mentioned is we're all over biblical slavery. You know, we will literally fucking rant and rave and, you know, all of this shit, but when it comes to, you know, prejudiced personalities in the community, we're not able to take a hard stand against them. We're really not. We're not able to take a hard stand against them. And it's what pissed me off about the whole Doug thing, man. It's still what pisses me off about the whole Doug thing. I haven't changed my mind about Doug at all. I need somebody who wants to be my friend to let me know they're not Doug's friend. Y'all could say what you want. Y'all could call me any name you like. I really don't care. I don't understand why you would want to be friends with Doug. It's sort of like I say about gun culture. You know, if you're that into guns, you should keep it to yourself, because it really creeps me out that you can see all of this destruction and violence and death happening as a result of these guns, and you literally want to celebrate them. Like, you know, fuck being a responsible gun owner. You're a fucking gun lover. And you want to tell everybody how much you love these fucking guns. I'm like, man, you're a fucking weirdo. Please go away from me. And honestly, like, there are people on my socials and Discords and shit like that I unfriend and I get away from at a time like that, because I literally go, sorry, I don't want to be friends with you. I don't even say anything to them a lot of times, but I'm telling y'all, that's 100% the truth. Literally, I unfriend them and I don't like them. I'm just keeping it real with you. I don't like them because of how much they love guns. It just becomes like and don't get me wrong, y'all know I play GTA. You know, I was just watching one of the people in my club earlier stream some Call of Duty. I watch violent movies. I like to think I'm not a fucking weird prude about it that can't see, you know, violent games or movies or whatever. But for people to just want to celebrate and love guns, I'm not saying I don't have any gun lovers in my circle, but yeah, it's grounds for me to just cut somebody off, because, you know, if they're gonna celebrate that, if they're gonna put that in my face, you know, I gotta mourn the loss of innocent black lives and people getting shot and all of this shit, and mass, you know, there's a shooting at my alma mater this week, and then you want to just literally post pictures of assault rifles on your social media. I'm like, yeah, I'm out. But, like, that's the issue. We have some people in this community that are really cozy with some bigots. And I'm with Rob on it, man. The shit is uncomfortable to watch. And that's why I'm telling people, like, the Robert Price thing had an impact on me, man. I want to almost say an unexpected one, but it's like, you know, people were generally supportive of the way I handled the situation. But I really see the ripple effects of people even perceiving that we're trying to make a path for him back. And I'm gonna come back to that. But I really do get it. I really do get it, because I felt the same shit. Like I literally felt the disappointment, and I literally after that, I was like, man, I wonder if I could have a follow-up conversation with Dr. Bob to dive more into the racism stuff. But I was like, but I definitely don't want to just have a motherfucker on or have him around, you know, until he gets this right, and I don't know that he's going to. So yeah, it really bothers me. We've been talking about this even in Gather, where we're trying to figure out how much interaction with the other side do we really want to have? Because at some point, especially when we're dealing with all these bad faith actors, we're just platforming them, and they're just serving as distractions for what's going on in our community. Yeah, Black, I feel you, Rob. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know. It feels like it feels like I don't know, like and I spoke to this a little bit, but probably people haven't heard me say it, but it reminds me of what happened to me in school, right? Because I was the only Black kid, because I had no power, I had no real ability to do anything. Even my friends, even my, you know, some of my close friends, everybody was buddy with the people that bullied me. And they would go on about how popular they were, how cool they are, how fun they are. Oh, if only, you know, you guys could get along, you would, you know. They never took a stand for me. And it really did hurt, because it made all of their anti-racist shit just feel like bullshit. And so I don't want people to think that if you're friends with somebody who's bigoted, that's the same as you being bigoted. But in some sense, tolerating racism is teaching racism. And so I knew the thing that could make these people second guess themselves, that could make it harder for them to bully me, that could make it so that they weren't getting away with it, would be for them to face social consequences. Everybody liked my girlfriends. And by that, I mean my friends that happened to be girls. You know, I was friends with the most popular people, most popular girls in my grade. It was that was like my social crew. And guys knew that, because they were constantly trying to get at me to get at them. So had they simply shut it down, like, yeah, we're not gonna date that fool, or we're not gonna date, the people that are messing with that fool. Like, nah, we shutting the pussy down. Like, oh, you're being racist towards Jay? Nah, sorry, you can't get nothing. Oh, you're being racist towards Jay? Yeah, good luck finding a prom date. Oh, you're being racist towards Jay? Yeah, nobody's gonna cheer you on at the soccer games anymore. That's what have really made that motherfucker think twice about fucking with me. But everybody had an excuse as to why they couldn't. And so in the end, there were no consequences for them. Matter of fact, they were just met with celebration. They still got to date all the pretty popular girls. They still had everybody cheering them on at all their soccer games instead of getting suspended. They still got to show up and be cool at all the things. And so, sure, people said that racism was wrong. Sure, people said the way he treated me was fucked up. But nobody did anything about it. And had they done so, something might have actually changed. And the same goddamn thing happens in this community. It's really frustrating. And then the worst part is when we do take a stand about it, it makes us the subject of further abuse. Situation with fuckface Doug is a perfect example. Doug's an asshole. He's a racist, bigoted asshole. Literally, the entire reason people know about the inner workings of Bob Price's fucked up, bigoted mind is because Doug from Pine Creek wanted to give fuckface Bob Price a platform to spew his right-wing nonsense unchallenged. Doug has attacked every marginalized population I can think of with his content. But we have people in our community, quote unquote, mutual friends, who just wanted to look the other way every single time. I called that man out on his stream to his face about the racist shit he had been doing on that stream and in the previous days before. He shut me down, teased me, taunted me, and then played the fucking bullshit ass music. The fucking Titanic music that he plays. I just hit my shit up. It's going to take a second. We'll play in a second here. There. He did that whole shit. And then literally people just kept being friends with him. Kept playing cards with him. Kept showing up on his streams. Kept having him on their streams. literally still had the audacity to call him a friend. Do you know how much that hurt me? Do you know how much it hurts to, and it's why we don't take stands. It's why we don't even want to stand up to racism in this community. You think we're afraid of fucking racist? Ain't afraid of fucking racist. You think we're fucking afraid of homophobes? Ain't afraid of fucking homophobes. I'll fuck a homophobe up all day long, every day, and 4 times on Sunday. I don't fear bigots. What I fear is when I put my foot down, when I draw the line in the motherfucking sands, how many people that are supposed to be part of my crew, my community, my friends, my fam are gonna act like the shit is just okay. That's what the fear is. The fear is when I really take a stand and say, fuck this person, that person, this person, and that person, all my friends be like, we're right there with you, Jay. Turn around, them motherfuckers will be in that person's stream tomorrow. Bet money on it. Because they don't really care. And that's what hurts. I know fucking assholes is out there. I don't lose no sleep over a fucking racist asshole. I don't lose no sleep over understanding people out here hating on our queer fam. What I lose sleep over is, oh my goodness, what more weaponized shit do these people have to say before people get it? Oh my goodness, how are so many of my people still subscribed to this person? Oh my God, how are so many of my people still sending super chats to this fucking asshole? Oh my God, why are so many people still telling me, oh, but we need so-and-so, and I love so-and-so, and I'm excited to talk to so-and-so because their counter-apologetics are so great, and their jokes are so funny, and I really love it. I'm like, are you fucking serious? How many more streams do I have to make exposing these people's bigotry before you say you've seen enough? That's the shit that keeps me up all night. And I'm almost sure that that's where Stephanie was coming from with her dismay at the fact that a lot of us were so surprised when we see the anti-trans hate come out of the woodworks. So yeah, man, this is a really serious problem in this community. That those of us that are marginalized, we feel like our community is behind us, and you guys say the right things, and you want to be on the right side of history, and you push behind us, and we love you for that. But when it comes to really drawing the hard lines and cutting off the people that are oppressing us, and really pushing back on these people, and making sure they understand exactly how much they fucked up, we just don't seem to have the will to do it. And it's incredibly frustrating. And the situation that happened with Doug was like, we were calling out. I made stream after stream after stream about problematic shit Doug was saying, problematic content he was making. Came on Hot Program, totally disrespected us. Made a disrespectful stream about me after I called him out on his channel. Made a disrespectful stream about us after we talked to him on Hot Program. Had a 3-hour conversation with Lena about trans issues and alarmism. Made a 3-hour stream throwing Lena, trans issues, and global climate change all the way under the bus. And so I kept calling out, and every time I called it out, I would say, my focus is shifting. Because I can't control Doug. I can't stop him from making his fucked up ass content on his channel. But what I can do is start calling out the fact that we have so many mutual friends who aren't doing anything about it. And literally, as we started making that content, as he got exposed, most of our community jumped off that train. They literally jumped off the Doug bandwagon to never look back. But we had certain friends in our community who didn't do it. And they insisted on being part of our community, part of our friend group, part of our circles, but also part of his. And I made it clear time and time again that I wasn't going to ignore it. And he kept making weaponized content. And so finally I said, enough's enough. If you haven't seen enough to know that you should not be friends with Doug, I'm sorry, I don't want to be friends with you anymore. It's just the truth. It's just where we're at. And what people never realized is we were operating from a place of pain. I was saying, I am tired of hurting because you won't walk away from this hurtful person. And people in our community had already started losing the support of our community because, again, there are consequences to bad behavior. Whether you face them or somebody else faces them, there's a price to be paid, and someone's going to pay it. And so what happened was we had stopped supporting certain content creators in our community. We had a hard time watching their channels. I don't want to watch so-and-so's channel anymore if they're going to be a supporter of Doug. I don't want to watch shows where so-and-so calls in if they're going to be parrot Doug's talking points. And then the community's having a hard time with me because they're like, Jay, I thought we had a problem with this fuckface. I thought we were calling this bullshit out. I don't want to watch these people anymore. I don't want to support them anymore, but I still feel like I have to because you're still supporting them. So literally, there are people in our community, and our community wanted to stop watching your shit because you couldn't stop being friends with a bigot.
He's got 17,300 people who do.
Exactly. And so that was a real thing that's going on, right? And then I'm realizing I'm in a no-win situation now because I am basically the reason people are continuing to support these people because they think I'm doing it. So now I've got to make my position clear and say, nope, I'm not having it anymore. I'm not doing this anymore. And we tried to call it out, even in their channels, and they ignored it. They ignored it. They tried to sweep it under the rug. But what happened? What happened? I was immediately the bad guy. Oh, you've been canceled by Jay. Jay wants to be in an echo chamber. Jay is a cult dictator. Jay determines who can be friends with who. And if you don't say and do whatever Jay likes, then Jay will cancel you. Are you fucking serious? No. Jay's leading by example. Jay's not gonna ignore the pain of marginalized people just so you can stay comfortable. Jay's not going to let our community disintegrate because some of us won't muster up the courage to do what needs to be done. But do you see how unfair that feels? That literally you take a stand against a weaponized bigot and you get more pushback for it? you take the heat for it. Somehow you're being unfair to people. This is what our community does. It eats itself alive this way. Because God forbid somebody take a stand against something, we will have that person for dinner. And then to speak to the Robert Price situation, which again I'm going to come back to in regards to Robert Price, but again, how funny it is that like we try to have a conversation, and I handled it in a very respectful way, and for the most part, people respected and supported that. But how many people are literally pissed because it's like, I wasn't angry enough, wasn't violent enough. It's like you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Like, people are so sensitive to how you handle these things and what your mood is going to be like. And it's crazy. It's like I take a stand, I get all the fucking blowback in the world. I, try to, be as gentle as I can about a sensitive situation regarding these things, and I get shit all over for that. So yeah, it's real tough. But I know Stephanie's here. Stephanie, please speak up if you have anything to say, or Maya, anybody else in the gather, I don't care. But hang on a sec. Let me. Maya said, leaving the atheist experience behind was the hardest part. Was hardest for me. It's never easy to leave friends behind, but it helped pave the way to continue to take hard stands later. Yeah, I didn't know that, Maya. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with things. Nitty, also, if you want to get on, man, and talk about these things, man, I did think it'd be good for us to have a chance to clear the air about these things in public. But you don't have to. And I tried to avoid talking about it for the longest time because I don't want to, re-aggravate the situation. But that part of it is very frustrating to me. And I think it's still an issue. Like, I think that's the issue with Tux. Like, there's a reason we don't see him a lot. There's a reason you don't see him in my channels a lot. There's a reason you don't see him in my spaces anymore. He knows that I have a real issue with that. He knows I have an issue with them. He knows I have an issue with them. But he's still friends with Doug for some reason, right? And then he apologizes for all Doug's fucked up positions and all the right-wing nonsense. So now he's making questionable comments and statements towards trans people in the community. He totally supported the David Falk position in the Francesca Strava-Kapulu situation. Well, I don't say he totally supported it, but he basically, he said that he didn't think the cup size comment was that bad, which I cannot think of a more inflammatory response in the middle of that situation. Literally, it was one of the most misogynistic things imaginable. I can't imagine a worse thing to say to a female scholar. And Tux was like, oh, I don't think it was that bad. But then for some reason, knowing that he's fallen out of favor with us, insist on dragging Nitty down with him. Oh, I'll just be on Nitty's stream all the time. Insist on being on James's channel all the time. Because that's how these social parasites are. they know they're out of step with the community, yet they demand to be a part of it anyway. And then when we're like, sorry, we're not fucking with you, we're the bad guys all of a sudden. But this is what I mean about the consequences. People don't watch Tux in this community. Now, a lot of maybe the people who don't care about these issues do, but I can tell you, Tux does not get the same support in this community as I do, as Nitty does, as James does, as Gin and Truth does, as Stephanie would. Why? Because where he stands on this issue, people don't want to watch him. So now, what does that mean? It means when you put him on your channel, people don't want to watch. I don't want to watch. So it's like, bro, how long do you keep bringing down our community before you just go somewhere else so we don't have to deal with you anymore? But it's like these antagonistic hangers on. It's just weird to me. What's up, Steph? I'm gonna let you get some talking here. I've been rambling. Go ahead.
You run the risk of being called a woke scold,
Yeah. Yes.
Or,
Yes.
and the thing that's a mystery to me is why some people think it's really, really critical to their freedom of thought to be able to put other people down by using racial slurs or ethnic slurs or homophobic slurs or transphobic slurs or slurs of any kind whatsoever. And it's like, well, how come I can't make an off-color joke? It's so, because you look like an asshole.
Right.
Right. I don't get it. It's like, and when somebody gets called out, it's like, no, of course you can do that, but you do look pretty stupid doing it. And why? Yeah. It's just crazy shit. I don't know why people just feel that that's so important that they're willing to just throw it out. Well, I think we're being too politically correct. Well, no, you're being polite.
Yeah, I don't get this.
Understand?
I don't get this. Doug apologist. Yeah. My go-to is to ask for their perspective. Telling someone that they're overreacting without asking their perspective is bigoted regardless of the outcome. Yeah, there's a lot of that too. The right wing loves to say you choose to be offended by these things. Like you're making a conscious choice. I heard some of this earlier today in a conversation about the N-word. And I don't know, man. Listen.
Well, the flip side is you choose to cause offense. And you do it for what? For what?
For what?
What for?
For what? For what? Yeah. Also, I don't understand why we don't listen to people. So if you're part of a community, somebody says something fucked up in the community, and people start making streams going off about it, why are you showing up to tell people you don't think it was that bad? Shut the fuck up and listen, because people are explaining to you right now what was so bad about it. And I don't know. It almost comes off as this very arrogant, privileged thing of it's only okay to be upset or offended about things that particular person finds upsetting or offensive. And of course, in their privileged position, issues that affect marginalized people don't bother or offend them that much. Therefore, everyone else's outrage is inexplainable to them. And it's infuriating. Like, makes me want to fight, infuriating. Because I just want to tell these people to fuck off and get over themselves. Nobody cares what they get, don't get, understand, don't understand. Like, doesn't matter. I don't care. Don't care what they think or understand.
I don't know. The way I see it, it's the difference between punching up and punching down in humor. You take a film like Blazing Saddles, which punched up the entire time. It was mocking the stuffed shirts and the people that actually have the power and are fucking up. You know, they're making people's lives miserable. So you're punching up at those people,
Yes.
rather
Yes.
and you know what these guys seem to insist on is the ability to punch down
Right.
and mock and marginalize, continue to mock and marginalize people, I guess, so that they can feel superior.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just bullying, really. It's just ridiculous.
And what is and why? What is this thing? All right, let me grab my Stephanie. Go ahead. I'm gonna grab my joint so we can smoke. But yeah, I got something to ask you about.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Dave Chappelle punching down. Oh well, you know, here's a group I can punch down at. I can make fun of the trannies. Okay, if you must. And you know, that was the essence of my conversation with Doug. Well, you're strong. You can take it. What's wrong? I'm strong and can take it, but I don't like it. You know, it's you can do it if that's what gets you hard. I guess that's what gets you hard. Good on you, man. But you look stupid when you do it. Yeah, I can take it all right, but I'm gonna think you're a jerk.
Yeah. So Cameron wanted to know your thoughts on your conversation with Doug, and I'll have a follow up after that.
Thoughts on my conversation with Doug were, again, he was very much oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, yeah, you're an ignorant son of a bitch, and you feel entitled to, you know, throw out your silly ass opinions without doing the work. You know, it's the same fucking thing as as what Price was doing, except that I got the impression that Price was legitimately, oh, I really didn't know that. Which, bad on him. You know, you get your information from shitty sources, bad on you. But I don't think Doug cares, because Doug's basically, I do it because it makes me feel good.
Absolutely.
I do it for my own entertainment, quote unquote. And if that's what, you know, it's cool.
So I wanted to ask you about something that I think is related. And so, you know, we have the whole debate me bro culture, debate bros, whatever we like to call them. The thing that I'm starting to notice is something I want to almost call discuss me bro culture. It's discussion culture. And what I think is different about the two, right, is debate me bro culture is we're just gonna clash, right? And it's dumb and it's stupid because it's like this blood sport conversation over a debate we shouldn't even be having to begin with, right? That's the issue. But the discussion bro culture is a different problem, because that's the one where we're not going to debate, Stephanie. We're not going to be antagonistic. We're not going to yell and scream at each other. But what we're going to do is we're going to have a super civilized discussion once again about something that shouldn't even be a discussion. And now the new thing is everybody's in the club as long as you have the discussion civilly, right? And so this is where I think, and I hear people say it all the time, right? Like Dave will say this, and I love Dave, so I'll use Dave as a good example, where he prides himself on being able to have civilized conversations with people he disagrees with, right? Mm-hmm. But it goes too far when we won't bring any social consequences to bear for a bigot or a racist or something like that, because we pride ourselves too much on being able to have civil discussions with people we disagree with, right? And so rather than doing the super, I insist on being antagonistic, debate me bro thing, we're doing the, I refuse to be antagonistic, discussion bro thing, and I don't want to be uncivilized, so it's, in effect, then everything goes.
Yeah, I'm just, the old Melvin and Reynolds song, "It Isn't Nice," is coming to mind. It isn't nice to block the hallways. It isn't nice to go to jail. You know, it isn't nice. It isn't nice. I told you once. I told you twice. But if that's freedom's price, then we don't mind, you know.
Yeah. Somebody in
You
the
know?
chat asked, Sal said it gives them the illusion of being respectable, and that's the issue. It's the respectability. The problem I have with it though is that it comes off as people who are unaffected by an issue, giving themselves credit for being unaffected by the issue, and then silencing the voices that are affected by the issue because they present themselves as too emotional, too dramatically affected. They are yelling and shouting and, you know, cutting people off. And so they treat you like you're it's disgusting. It literally disgusts me, right? Because you have people who aren't affected by it sitting around having tea. Oh, let's discuss the plight of our trans fam. Let's discuss how to say the right things. And then they all get away pat. And then if we show up, you know, wanting to picket, we're out of line. It's just really frustrating. Yeah.
I don't know where to go with that kind of attitude, because it's basically Doug's attitude is the attitude of, well, I've got mine, fuck you. And, you know, he was trying to, basically his argumentation was, well, you've got yours, fuck everyone, you know, fuck me too, you know. It's like, hey, if I call you some kind of slur or want to keep you in the closet and don't want to see you out, have the freedom to move about in public freely, then you know, you ought to just be able to take it, you know, because, you know, you've got yours, fuck everybody.
Yes.
Well, and I don't know if that's a productive way to engage in a world of 9 billion people on the planet. You know, if that's the case, then there's no solving it. And I suppose you could draw that out of religion. Well, it's not going to matter anyway, because Jeebus is coming down in the clouds and it's going to rapture us all. I mean, that's one possible answer. Comes out of that culture. But, you know, life is short, get your own and fuck everybody else is just a, you know, that's great. That's how come we don't need Social Security. That's how come we just as soon put the elderly on an ice floe and bid them farewell. Nice job. You had yours. Get the fuck out of here, because we want ours, you know? The fuck.
Absolutely. Stephanie, there are definitely a couple things I want to make sure I get your input on before we get out of here. Let me see where to start. Let's start with the issue of splitting up our advocacy. I thought the conversation with Rob was pretty good today, right? But he brought up an issue that, right or wrong, I think is a perceived reality. Jon Stewart makes great points about this, where I might not agree with somebody's statement of facts, or, you know, I might think they're not perceiving something, but it doesn't help me to not understand what they perceive. He used this with regards to anti-Semitism. He said, it does me no good to not accept that there are communities that have accepted a narrative where Jewish people have outsized influence on industries or the economy. And he's like, that's not true. I don't think that's right, but it does me no good to deny that that's the perception. I need to understand that that's the perception so I know what I'm counteracting. So there is this perception, and I don't think it comes just from the black community or just from the queer community. I think it's on both sides, where we often say, hey, as black people, hey, it's our time. We need to talk about anti-racism against black people. So don't include Latin people, don't include queer people, don't include the Chinese people, because we need to earmark some of your love, your advocacy, your dollars, whatever it is, for black people, and stop trying to muddy the waters with everybody else's struggle. On the flip side, you know, the trans community, because you hear stories coming out of, say, Pride, where, you know, Black Lives Matter protesters come to a Pride parade and they want to get on the float. They want to make sure we're doing Black Lives Matter as part of Pride. And there are people giving pushback there, saying, no, this is about queer issues. This isn't about, you know, racism. Today's our day. I want to almost validate both sides of this. I want to say we need to stop that, because we have to we're never going to do the coalition building we need to do if we keep slicing up the pie. On the flip side, I want everybody to have their day of this in the sun, and I want their day in the sun to be about them, because everybody's struggle is unique. So how can we do this in a way that isn't dividing us? And I'm not saying Rob was trying to be divisive. I'm not saying people who say this at Pride are trying to be divisive. I'm just saying, let's be conscientious that this is happening and think through it so that we're not incidentally divisive without even intending to be, because we're not thinking through this.
Well, the reason for any kind of intersectionality, as it were, is because anybody's oppression is somebody's oppression, and it can happen to anyone. If people aren't willing to fight for racial equality and justice, then they're leaving themselves open to having some particular aspect of their own lives be oppressed by the capitalist system, or by the nature of things. Cruelty anywhere is ugly. We should do our best to carry as much empathy towards various groups as possible. So to me, one of the more ludicrous arguments was, when somebody gets all hot and bothered about Black Lives Matter and responds with all lives matter. Well, sure, all lives matter. All lives encompasses Black lives too, and you need to see the oppressions that you need to see the struggles that they're going through. If you want your life to be better, then you'd better be concerned about their welfare too, because they're your brothers and sisters.
Whoo. And that's the same thing, I think, in a lot of these issues, because you just made me think of like the sports issues. Didn't they try to say the same thing about us in sports? Right? When Black people first started having more participation in sports, and all of a sudden we started dominating certain sports and winning all the records, all of a sudden you start to hear this, right? Well, Black people have an unfair advantage when it comes to this sport or that sport. And we had to actively push back that narrative and say, hell the fuck no, right? And work towards, equality in our opportunity to participate. And we're still not there, right? There's still lots of sports where we don't have resources or the opportunity to compete in, but you're reminding me of what you're saying. Like, it's the same struggle, and we have to recognize when they use that same stuff against other people, because if not, then they're going to come right back around on us again.
Any system of oppression is bad, And when you get to sports is interesting, because there's at the turn of the 20th century, figure skating, an Olympic sport, figure skating was an Olympic sport at the turn of this 20th century, 1902, I think. And there hadn't been any women in figure skating at all. And a woman entered, won a silver medal, and in the next Olympiad, there was a women's division. In the sport of I believe it's skeet
that's
shooting.
Incredible.
In the sport of skeet shooting, even more recently, in Barcelona, I think, when was Barcelona Olympics? 86, I think. Was it 86? I think so. I don't know. I don't remember. But it was in the 80s or early 90s. Yeah, because it was. I don't know. Anyway. A Chinese, it used to be a co-ed sport, mixed genders, mixed sexes. A Chinese woman took gold at Barcelona. 4 years later, in Atlanta, there was a women's division. Why, do you think?
Because they realized that they were going to compete. Right, and now that they can compete, we don't want them taking medals. God forbid it not be all male podium.
A woman takes a trophy away from a man.
Yeah, so now we just give them their own. Man, wow. So it's almost like we're not even going to get the participation until we're willing to threaten the status quo. They could have created women's.
Major League Baseball decided for for the 2024 season, we're going to go back to the Negro Leagues. You know,
Right.
What the
Exactly. Exactly. Oh, it'd be crazy. It would be crazy. Also, yes, gang, please hit the like button. I really appreciate that. Carol, Liz, Sal, appreciate all you in the chat. There was another conversation I wanted to get your input on, Stephanie, and thanks so much for all this. But that is the issue with Dr. Price. I actually think I sometimes do think this community steps up and really does something that impresses me. And I think this Bob Price situation, I think people are uncomfortable with the process, but I'm looking at the process, and I got some more details today in our conversation with Rob, and maybe other people did as well. More of the backstory filled in. But I feel like this has been kind of an effective process to where, and we'll see what the future holds, but it's almost like Bob was pushed out because he clearly violated the acceptable norms of this community. I think he was finding his way back in. I'm not quite sure if he initiated that or some other channels initiated that. But I think the community pushed back, myself and others, right? We saw Bob popping up and we're like, wait, we're just doing Bob Price talks about the Bible? Well, what happened to all of the stuff that happened, right? And then I think, Neil then goes, all right, well, Bob, if you're going to do this, you're what's up here? He claims he's ready to apologize. Neil goes, okay, well then let's really have the community hear out where you're at. And I think we've all come to the conclusion that he's not ready. I think Neil and myself and some of the others who have participated in the process, we've been held to task, kind of like, hey, all right, we saw you maybe giving Bob a bridge back. Are you guys aware that he doesn't seem to be ready? And we're going, yeah, we see that, right? And that keeps us accountable so that we're not furthering platforming him, like, making sure people know now. So I kind of think this whole thing has worked out in the end, right? I don't think Bob's comeback tour was successful. I think the community got a lot more information. So I'm not trying to say that the whole thing played out perfect, but I think it was effective in the sense that we needed to get information about where he was. We figured out he's not ready, and I think his comeback tour is kind of over, as far as I can tell.
Well, I don't know. I mean, he's got a field of specialization. His scholarship within that field is fine, but outside of that, he's got terrible. He seems to be hanging on to some pretty reprehensible beliefs, or at least uninformed beliefs. To be charitable, as charitable as possible, he's got some uninformed beliefs as to the whole thug issue and the trans issue and a whole bunch of issues. He's just got these typically right-wing views that wouldn't matter except for his influence.
Yep.
In propounding those views because of the influence he has in his own scholarship.
Yes. Now, Stephanie, just quickly, I just want to highlight what you just said there. That's a very important point to make, and I need to maybe even be a little bit more forgiving of myself in that regard, because I tried to point out his influence, right? But sometimes people try to hit you like, well, why do we care about Bob Price? Why are we platforming him? Why is it? And it's to say, we're not just blowing this man up because he's a celebrity. We're not just paying attention to him because he's getting some sort of special treatment. He's gained a following. He's gained an influence. He's a name that matters in this space for very legitimate reasons in terms of his scholarship. And he made himself relevant to this conversation, again, for very legitimate reasons, because of how some of those views got into his work and into his social media presence. And so that's just how this works. This isn't us going out of our way to, give him some sort of special, treat him like he's more special than any other right winger for no reason.
Well, I have these views on that I've arrived at through diligent study of the Gospels in Greek and the Old Testament in Hebrew, and this has been my life of scholarship. I can provide you with footnotes and all this other stuff. I also have these other views that I picked up from 4chan and Fox News, and I've studied them deeply on 4chan and Fox News, and I haven't looked anywhere else in order to back up any of this stuff. I haven't reviewed the scholarship or the research on any of these issues. I haven't really engaged with communities affected by those issues. Bob would probably be the first. Like, oh yeah, I talk at churches all the time, and I give my views, and it's fine. It's a good back and forth conversation because I've studied theology. I understand where they're coming from, et cetera, and so forth. And I talk to religious people. He'd probably tell you, but he won't say the same thing about black people,
right,
or trans people, or gay people, or any of the other stuff. No, I get my opinions from the Daily Mail, and that's you see the disconnect here, and that it's like, oh well, even so and so, it's that you get these arguments from theists all the time. Well, even Richard Dawkins, blah 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 blah. It's like, well, but fine, but he's expressing an opinion A, out of his field, and B, not backed up by the same sort of rigor that he brings in his professional life to the development and of those views. So it's kind of a weird appeal to authority. It's a self-referential appeal to authority.
Yes,
I must be right because I'm right. It's like, well, huh? Do the work, dude. And that's why I say I don't think that Dr. Price knows what he needs to apologize for.
I agree.
It's the harmful views, but what he really needs to do is apologize for his lack of rigor that he brought to developing those.
Yes. Amen. Preach it. Cameron said it was sad when he told Jay that he didn't want to expand where he gets his info from. And I really pushed back on that because he tried to make it like, well, now this is turning into some sort of re-education campaign. And I'm going, Bob Price, are you sitting here as an academic and telling me that people shouldn't be getting educated about what are we doing? I mean, isn't that the purpose of what we do? But that's again, right? Just like you said, how can an academic rail against a re-education campaign? I mean, that right there is just, sort of a bold-faced hypocrisy. It's like a freaking crossing guard railing against traffic safety. Like, it's just...
It's the same kind of laziness that says, anthropogenic climate change is not real because I have 2 studies that show that it's not. Well, who paid for the studies? ExxonMobil. Oh, really? How about the other 98 studies? What do they say? Oh, that it's real, and we're gonna kill ourselves over it unless we do something about it. Yeah, but those are all biased. They have a liberal bias, or they have a because they don't wait a minute, no, you're not applying the same sort of rigor that you bring to bear in your professional scholarly life as you would as regards these issues, as opposed to what you do when it comes to the historicity of Jesus or whatever. And it's like, why not? And that's the thing. That's what are you doing wrong? That's what you're doing wrong. You're not talking to the people that are affected by the consequences that flow from the views that you have. And the consequences that flow from the views that you have are bills in state legislatures that take away people's freedoms.
Yeah. So I don't know. So I was asked about cancel culture. I don't know. Carol the atheist said that Bob's a self-described racist, but she doesn't believe in canceling anyone. I mean, I don't know. Why? Anytime this comes up, I'm like, we're using right wing's talking points to eat our own side. It's like the left eating the left, doing and using the right wing rhetoric to do it. Like,
well, yeah, the joke about cancel culture is who's been canceled. Has Jordan Peterson been canceled? No, he's got a huge platform. Has Robert Price been canceled? In a certain sense, yeah, because a whole bunch of channels, that there are exceptions, obviously, within the atheist community that holds a similar social views as he does.
right.
And so he's still got that platform. But why should the other bit of this is a matter of free speech. It's not a matter of canceling anybody. It's like, why would I want to put you in the position of being able to backdoor legitimize the shitty takes that you have on racial justice by affording you the ability to be that public figure in a broader scene. I don't think that's canceling anybody, really. I mean, Jordan Peterson's got all kinds of stuff, and if it weren't for the fact that the man's in Romanian prison, what's his face would have the same fucking platform. He hasn't been canceled by anybody except for the Romanian police because he did kind of a bad thing.
You mean Andrew Tate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he really canceled?
No, I mean, to be honest, he's been made a martyr and a hero by a lot of people. I also don't understand why people think freedom of speech means you guys got to let the bigots say whatever they want. Why isn't your concern about freedom of speech that I don't have to have people on our channels that we don't like? Like, it's always weird that the freedom only really supposed to work the one way. I know James is here. What's up, James?
Hey.
Go ahead, Stephanie. I don't want to cut you off, but then I'll kick it to James after.
The other example, a great example, in the war on trans people is the billionaire wizard lady. I mean, has she been canceled? Fuck no. She's getting all kinds of royalties. She's getting all kinds of, her billions are being added to on the daily. She's not being canceled. As a matter of fact, she says so in Twitter, and she goes out to cancel the people that criticize her shitty views. She goes out of her way and says, like, "Oh, you will be hearing from my solicitor." It's like,
yes, they literally threaten me. Yeah.
What the fuck, So you're taking your millions of followers and urging them and your solicitor to dogpile somebody who says, you know what, Joanne, you have some shitty views. Hey, whether or not, if you think she's a great author, good for you. But whether or not, regardless of the quality of her work in one field, that doesn't make her immune to criticism. I mean, Roald Dahl was a notorious anti-Semite, which nobody knew until he kicked the bucket, apparently. Right. It wasn't widely known anyway. But, does somebody get a pass? There are tons of authors that have shitty takes. Ezra Pound was a fucking Nazi. You're going to just say, hey, nice poem. And leave it at that?
Yeah, even like modern times, who's the Harry Potter author, J.K. Rowling or whatever?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
the wizard lady.
The wizard lady.
J.K.
Yeah.
Joanne Kieran or whatever K stands for, Joanne
Right.
Rowling.
Yeah, whatever, and literally just came out with one of the most popular video games of the year, getting all sorts of royalty. So I don't see it being canceled. Go ahead, James.
Hi.
Hey, did you catch you did catch some of the conversation with Rob?
Sure
Because
did.
you came over to his chat. Thanks for doing that. Appreciate that, by the way.
Yeah, I subscribed and posted in both chats.
Yeah, what'd you think?
I mean, it's all legit, you know. Too legit to quit.
Yeah, I think he brought up some really good points, and it was actually kind of nice to, he brought up some things that I think if we were more anti-racism focused and had been for a longer time, we may have learned out here over the course of a couple years. But I certainly felt like a lot of where he was coming from sounded very reasonable. And, it echoed a lot of my own sentiment out here. But, I'm so new, I'm not quite in a position to call it out as much as some other people are.
I mean, I'll call out whatever
Right.
comes into my radar.
Yeah.
I call out my own mama. There ain't no boundaries.
Right.
And it got me thinking though, like, what if the human genome was such that everybody had the same color of skin, but only people that come from a certain continent or whatever have brown hair? What if the sun only increases like hair melanin instead of skin melanin or something? Now, flash forward to our day, there would be all kinds of racism against the brown hairs, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And then because of that would be not just a demographic that's oppressed, but it would be an identity that people have, because you can't recognize, acknowledge, and tackle a problem with language that doesn't acknowledge the problem. And so we have distinctions that are important, like white people and black people, because in the context of the oppression and the mistreatment and the racism, we have to use language that conveys where the line is drawn by the racists.
Mm-hmm.
An ideal world, in as I see it, like, we wouldn't have words like trans, we wouldn't have like words like black and white, we wouldn't have words like any of this stuff, because it's just, in my mind, these are not meaningful distinctions between one human and another. But in the context of the narrative of what's happening in the world, hateful people have made it meaningful. They have made it necessary for us to engage on those fronts.
Yes. Yes. I was even thinking about that, James, like the term trans, like I've recently realized that it is an incredibly dissatisfying term, because most of the conversations that we're having about it, that is not relevant. Maybe in a medical conversation, maybe in a romantic or sexual conversation, that type of thing might be relevant. But in everyday conversation, there's no reason to have these terms, which by themselves say a trans person is a special way of being that gender, rather than just part of the larger umbrella of the general period. Like, being trans is just a way to be a man, right? And so we kind of reinforce it. Every time we go, this trans man, this trans man, this trans man. Like, are you giving the dude genital surgery? Are you banging this person? I don't understand why a match or a mismatch between that and their chromosomes is relevant, right? But to your point, like, every time we say it, we're making them a special kind of thing, right? And that's problematic. Even racially, when people hear me talk about being the only black kid in all white schools, we're quick to jump to sort of the anti-black racism from the white people that I faced, and that's what I talk about a lot. That's what I faced a lot, right? Mm-hmm. But I faced an equal amount of rejection from black people, and that was particularly painful because, being the only black kid in an all-white school, guess who most of the black people were in my life? My fucking family. Mm-hmm. And so, my mom wouldn't say that shit to me, but between my cousins and my step siblings, all of who lived in pretty much urban New Jersey, I was constantly told I was the whitest black kid and not really black and not black enough and da-da-da-da-da. And again, it was just as hurtful as the racial rejection from white people, because here was black people, my own fucking family, being like, you ain't really black, you ain't really one of us. So matter of fact, sometimes I even want to get mad when I'm doing anti-racist shit and go to black people, and black people, you're fucking lucky I'm anti-racist. Because growing up the way I grew up, I don't have a whole lot of reason necessarily to be coming to the risk of black people, because black people certainly wasn't coming to my rescue when white people were all over me. Matter of fact, the black people were making it way fucking worse, right? But, you know, you grow up, you get over it, you don't take it personally, and you learn that you are a black man and you got to pony up for what's right, you know what I'm saying? But it just goes to show that the problem is deep, and it very much made me feel at an early age that the racial identity was a problem, because I didn't want to necessarily be identified as black and want to see myself as black, because it was an identity that was rejected in every context. So why would I want to see myself as black when literally all the black people are telling me I'm not? It's honestly part of the reason I started identifying as an atheist. I laugh so hard when people, you know, we talk about cultural Christianity and, you know, Christians just want to reject God. No, I held on to the label of Christian as long as I possibly could. And even when I didn't believe the claims anymore, I still held on to the identity. I would tell people I was a Christian. I would claim to be a Christian. I would participate in Christian community, participate in Christian services. And I basically was like culturally a Christian. And then over time, Christians kept being like, nope, nope, no, you're not. Nope, nope. If you don't believe Jesus died for your sins, nope, you can't call yourself nope, you're not a Christian, right? And then all the atheists kept being, nope, you can't call yourself a Christian. Nope, you're not a Christian. I was like, but my whole family's Christian. I celebrate Christian holidays. Nope, 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 you're not a Christian. You're not a Christian. All right, fine, fuck it, I'm not a Christian. Well, now why won't you identify as a Christian?
Right.
I'm done. Nope. Nope, I'm a fucking atheist now. Too bad. If you wanted me, you should have kept me when you had me. Exactly. But so James, you're right. These words are all problematic, but where we're at is like we won't even have. They're everything. We use them in everyday conversation.
Right.
I can't tell you somebody cut me off in traffic on the way to work without telling you what sex and gender in fucking race they were.
Color and age. And
right. And part of it's natural. You don't have a visual picture. If I say someone cut me off today, James, a lot of times you might just be like, well, I know a fucking dog didn't cut you off. You know, Why are you telling me this story? So I want to know more details. It might start with what type of car it was. How fast were you going? How fast were they going? I got cut off by a red S-Class Mercedes from 2018. Right, like all of that helps me get a fuller picture. And yeah, I'm not going to imagine that this car was driven by a ghost, and I'm having a hard time filling in what the driver looks like until you tell me what the driver looks like. Right, James? Right. So that's where you go to, you know, a middle-aged man who appeared to be Korean cut me off in a maroon Taurus from 1993, right? It just helps me have a better picture. But then at some point it becomes a problem because we can't even describe who served you coffee this morning without using all these problematic category labels.
Right. Yeah, I mean, to a lesser extent, I have it too. So I'm a white male in America, so I'm privileged compared to anybody else. But there are some people, social justice warrior people, that take certain things to an extreme, third wave feminists and such, to where, because I'm biologically male, I'm part of the patriarchy, right? I've been oppressing them, and I should feel humbled, you know, rightly humbled in their presence, and guilty for what other people did, or guilty for whatever happens in my life. And there are other people that feel the same way about the same way about the color of my skin. And I'm like, okay, yeah, a lot of bad shit didn't happen to me because I'm white. A lot of bad shit didn't happen to me because I'm a guy. I totally get that.
Right.
But I didn't sign up for that. I didn't put myself in situations where I would get unfair advantages. And, I had the benefit of not worrying about it. That's the privilege. But at the same time, I'm like, but I didn't do the shit. You know what I'm saying? Christians have a hard time wrapping their head around this shit. Even if we grant the idea that Adam and Eve existed, the idea that I'm somehow responsible for something they did is absurd, right? Even if we grant that my great-great-grandfather was complicit in some kind of terrible thing as a man or as a white person or whatever, I didn't inherit his sin guilt. Right. And people that don't know my life story, they have no idea where I fit into the social scheme of things.
Right.
What I've spent my time saying, what I spent my time doing.
Right.
They don't know nothing.
Was your
but there are
family
people
even in America when that was going on?
Yeah, they don't even know.
Maybe not.
They don't even know. And it's like, so I get a whole lot less bias, a whole lot of less bigotry overall in our society than trans people do, than black people do, etc. But I've gotten some, right? There are situations, there are settings, there are demographics of people where I'm the most hated person in the room automatically because of the way I look, right? For things that I have nothing to do with. So to a lesser extent, it's not the same. I get that it's not the same,
right?
But to a lesser extent, I feel you on that one. And it's,
yeah.
See, I don't think that guilt is necessarily flows from awareness of privilege. I mean, I think that you can be aware of systems of injustice and the ways you willingly or no either perpetuate them or participate in them.
Right.
And if you're aware of that, you don't need to feel guilty about that, because I think guilt is kind of a thought stopping and action stopping emotion.
Right.
That's unproductive. I don't think white guilt or male guilt or participation in patriarchal norms is productive in the least. And I wouldn't, I don't think that's a particularly feminist point of view. The thing that you need to do, people who do carry those things, and I carry a certain amount of privilege myself. I am a white person in America, and I know the privileges that conveys to me.
You're an elite sailor that is only not famous because of our countries and our cultures disparaging of the richness of sailing.
Yeah. Well, there's that too. There's that too. I mean, that's complex. Certainly the top end of the sport. If you want to run America's Cup campaign, you better be a billionaire.
Yeah.
But all of these things that I think that guilt is thought stopping, and I think
100%.
What we need to do is get beyond the guilt and not feel the guilt. And I think that people get butthurt. It's like, you're asking me to feel guilty. It's like, no, I'm asking you to be aware of the systems that you are participating in and seek to discover the injustice of it and acknowledge the injustice of it. Because if you think that the system's working for you, I've got mine, fuck you, if that's your attitude, then that's just not going to be productive for a world with 9 billion people on it.
Yeah,
right.
That's kind of what I was reflecting on in my conversation with Rob, to where I've had a lot of privilege associated with my close association to a more privileged dominant culture. Even if every day of my life has been marked by rejection by that culture in some way. I've never lived a day in my life and not thought in some way about how fucked up it is to be black and have to deal with X, Y, and Z as a black person. But nevertheless, my great education at all white or predominantly white institutions, and having advanced degrees and access to higher institutions and learning all about different, even technological advantages and shit like that are a result of all that stuff. You know, it's something you want to be aware of and reflect. Nobody's saying, Jay, turn your doctorate back in, but it's more like, you know, consider ways in which the path may have been a bit easier for you, or it's easier for certain communities to accept you because, you know, you've got some bona fides that help them, you know, welcome you a little bit quicker. And then, you know, from that place, you know, do what you can to help everybody else out, right? It's the same way, like, I've really appreciated teaching at a community college this year. You know, I am a person who wants to make the most of my opportunities to work at top institutions, and working with an elite student body tends to come with the territory, right? You know, my students at Michigan State, especially in the freaking honors science college, they're really incredible. And you realize that, you know, students I have at a community college are far more diverse, but they're just as great, they're just as ambitious, and they're working their ass off just to stay in the game and make it work. And it really does feel great to, you know, participate in a little bit of institutional equity, right? Give these kids some great opportunities, give them some extra research opportunities, make sure they're getting a top-notch biology education. Nobody's gonna, you know, begrudge me if I go on and take the best job I can get, but I certainly appreciate the opportunity to, you know, broaden my horizons a little bit and you know, recognize that I've had a lot of institutional privilege and try to do something positive with it. Yeah.
You know, Cynthia McDonald was on one of Skeptic Haven's shows last week, and she was talking about reparations, you know, for slavery at great length. And there's an issue that doesn't need to come out of guilt. That the reason for reparations is the systematic injustice perpetrated on African Americans since 1619. There's a reason for doing it that's beyond guilt. It's focused more on justice. The fact that a huge portion of the nation's wealth was first extracted from their labor and then withheld from them once they were free. And exactly the way you work all of that stuff out, at least it's worth thinking about. Because the inequalities in household wealth between Black people and white people are huge, and there's a reason for that. It's because of the institution of slavery and the institution of Jim Crow and redlining and sharecropping. After all of these things, deliberately withheld from a class of people because of the color of their skin and because of prejudice throughout the economic history of the United States.
Absolutely. Maya, I don't know if Maya's on. Maya, are you near a mic? Because Maya is with us here in Gather, but Maya left some amazing comments
Cynthia
in the
was
chat.
Great. It's well worth listening to that episode. I don't remember exactly which one, but it's
what channel did you say it was on?
It was on Skeptic Haven.
Skeptic Haven, yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Maya, pop on if you want, because Maya brought up some really great comments here. One being that, and this is something I've learned from sociologists as well, it can help to try to think about dropping unnecessary descriptive labels from stories that you tell when they're not necessary. In other words, if you want to tell me that you had an authentic Korean meal and it was just the most fascinating cultural experience you've ever had, then yeah, telling me that this happened at your Korean friend's house when their mother came over to share traditional recipes is relevant to the story because it helps me know that you didn't have this at, you know, some Midwestern corporate chain, right? But in the story where, you know, somebody cut you off on your way to work, or, you know, you didn't hear back from the bank after a loan application, you know, details about who interviewed you, like that stuff's not really relevant. And so some people have, you know, made the suggestion that that's one of the ways we can help kind of check ourselves is, are we mentioning these identity markers in stories where they're not relevant to the story or the incident? And if that's the case, then it's a good indication that we don't really need to use them in that case. It's a shift that requires putting more forethought into what we say, but I definitely think it's an important consideration to talk about. Also, you pop in here anytime if you've got your mic.
Yeah.
Oh,
can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, I don't know. I have food coming, so if I have to leave.
Yeah, no worries. So just let us know.
Listening.
No big deal.
All right, so I don't know if there's no like feedback or anything or like
No, you're fine.
echo.
You're fine.
Cool. Yeah, I don't know. I noticed, I don't know. I had a lot of similar upbringing as you. I did go
Cool.
to a Catholic school growing up, but mine was more, I went to the cheapest Catholic school in the city.
Sure.
So it's kind of where all the people of color went,
Got you.
Catholic kids of color. So
Right.
it was actually insanely diverse. Almost all the other Catholic schools, just, you know, from being on different sports teams or whatever, I don't recall seeing other Black kids at
Right.
other schools. So I hear you when you say that. And I remember I went to Notre Dame for high school.
That's the name of my high school too.
Yeah. And that was, I wasn't the only Black kid there, but I was always the only Black kid in the class.
Understood. Yeah. So effectively, you're the only Black kid in your social circle, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I went to a private college, and frequently the only Black person in the class. So I don't know. I get to the point now where I feel comfortable almost anywhere, and people usually have to point out if there were only Black people there, if there were only white people there, because it's just, I don't know. I guess you call it code switching.
Yes.
It's not that I don't notice, but it's just like, okay, I know how to act around these people.
Yeah. I'm gonna just say it too. I see it as a sign of incredibly high verbal and social intelligence, right? That you can so quickly, you know, adapt to your setting. And I actually think it's an essential survival skill. It's just that
in America today, for any person of color. 100%.
Exactly. It's just for some reason it's one of the other things we constantly have to do that then they can, you know, sort of demonize us for.
Yeah, I did kind of. I mean, I'm not sure how much time you have on here.
No, you're good. You're good.
When you were talking about not being Black enough, that kind of resonated with me.
Yeah. Go ahead. Love to hear your thoughts on that.
I actually didn't get it from my family as much. Like my sister would do it to like fuck with me because I got it and she did not.
Oh,
she was,
okay. Different personality type.
I don't get along well with poor people of any color. So,
Interesting.
You know, when we had to be around poor Black people, just constantly being called out for not being Black enough. And that was kind of my comment in the chat where it's just like, you know, I mean,
yes, because it's an intersectionality thing, right? And often people say
thank you. I wanted to put that in there, but I didn't know if anybody would understand what I was talking about.
Yeah, no. Even from a sociological perspective, right? They say class trumps race, and so if you're perceived as uppity or upwardly mobile, then that will tend to play out in antagonistic interactions regardless of the race of other people. White people won't treat you well because you're uppity compared to them, and that's fucking it all up. And then Black people automatically treat you as disqualifying.
You're fucking with their perception of what a Black person is too. And they hate that.
Yes. both of my parents were, both my parents have master's degrees, and that's very rare. And so, for the most part, both of my parents were more educated than both of the parents of whoever my classmates were, and that fucked with them. It just absolutely fucked with them. James was trying to say something real quick. Go ahead, James.
No, I was going to say I relate to the whole poor people thing. You know, what you get from poor people, generally speaking, in our modern day is different than what you got from poor people 50 or 60 years ago. If I post in a local, like, buy, sell, trade type forum in any medium to major big size city, and I ask, I've got some work to do, I'm going to hire somebody to do some work or anything along those lines, you get a whole bunch of poor people hitting up your inbox saying, me, pick me. And when you look at their profiles, they're caught up in all kinds of like immature petty dramas, and they're flashing gang symbols, and they're wearing a whole bunch of gold, whether it's real gold or fake gold, I have no idea. But there's just this in the cities, there's this superficial, narcissistic, bling, ghetto, gangster, wannabe badass vibe that you get from most poor people. And I think it comes from a struggle to find an affirming sense of identity and strength and power and respect, because they can't get it from the money that they don't have. And it also from survival mode. Survival mode in the big cities just makes people hard. That's been
100% on survival mode. It really does kind of make that segment of the population more dog eat dog. But I think a lot of the flash, the bling that you see is the propaganda that we're all fed into, the American dream. Right. You must keep up with the Joneses. Yes. And it very effective. It was interesting. I saw a study. I don't know if anybody else saw the study. I read about it not too long ago, where they believe that the whole thing where you're keeping up with the Joneses, that it is at the mammal level, because I think they did something. Was it squirrels or birds, where like they kind of like tricked out a nest of one, and then the other one saw it and started doing the same things to their nest. And I was like, oh, that is cool as shit. I mean, I don't know. I thought it was, it's sad. It's very sad. But,
sure.
It's these basal instincts that propagandists have fed us to make us want to give them all of our money.
Right. It's the reason we don't keep the dollar in the black community, right? Because yeah.
And you shouldn't want to spend it, make other people jealous. That will make you feel good.
Right.
And I mean, when you're poor, and you feel bad, and I want to give my children these things, and I want to have the things that my peers have, and like that's your whole existence. And so then you see these people on TV, and they have things, and they look so happy. They don't have any problems. And if I can, just get that, if I can get the things, I will spend all the money to get all the things so that I can finally be happy. And I think I believe that's more of what we're seeing. I haven't read any studies on it, but
I don't know.
I mean, like, I have a psychology degree in behavior. I have a degree in behavioral psychology. So just understanding basic human behavior, I kind of put that together just kind of in my head from what I'm seeing. Again, I'm not stating that from anything I've read, but it
makes sense.
Together, it makes sense.
And there are some settings where I myself would try to be as bling as possible if it were necessary to the function, because if you walk into a setting where people will only be accepting, will only be respecting of people that fit a certain ideal, then if you want to be professionally or anything else, and you want to walk in that room and be accepting, well, then you have to dress like the Romans do, right? But at the same time, when I see people on their Facebook and there's all they're flashing gang signs, and they're super obviously poor, and they're getting caught up in these petty dramas, and they're flashing money, and they're flashing bling, and they're flashing all this stuff. it's multi-dimensional, right? There's these,
Right.
the scientific, the mammalian scientific mechanisms. There's also the social cultural need to be accepted. But
Right.
it tells me something else when somebody goes way overboard with it on their social media or even in MySpace. It tells me that they're still struggling with the most universal common struggle known to humanity, the struggle for an edifying and empowered sense of identity, not just for other people, but for themselves. It also tells me that they're losing that struggle, that they have not yet transitioned into a foundation for their identity that is healthier. And what that tells me is, because nobody can meet somebody else more deeply than they've met themselves. And so if they haven't met themselves more deeply than that, if they haven't found and created a better, more durable, more healthy foundation of identity for themselves in this world, then they haven't met themselves very deeply yet, and they don't know their worth yet, which means when they meet me, they're not going to meet me very deeply, right? And the insecurity that they're coming to me from is going to be problematic, because it's going to make them extra vulnerable, extra sensitive, extra reactionary. And they're going to need all these reassurances that are going to be exhausting for me to give them. This is the reason why I would never date a woman. The old paradigm for me in the dating world was, I didn't mind if the woman was insecure, right? Because then she could draw some of her sense of security from me, because I'm going to be flattering and complimentary, but that just leads to white knighting. And
Why
all
would
you're
you do
doing.
that? No, I mean, I'm not to psychoanalyze. I don't want to psychoanalyze you. I'm just like, kind of, most people would find that really exhausting, just the thought of it. Like, why did that appeal to you?
I know why it appealed to me before. I mean, I don't know how deep we want to go down this rabbit hole. I've talked about it sometimes before, but just randomly. So my mom was a clinical narcissist. And so she had this empty,
I get it.
She had an empty sense of self. She needed someone to fill that void 24 hours a day, right? And I was a giving child. And so she indoctrinated me into this paradigm where it was noble to be self-sacrificing to the point of completely unconditional love. And that if you were, she had these transactional values. And so the way she put it was, look, if you're good to somebody and they're good back to you, you have effectively been repaid for your kindness. So you'd say it's been a transaction. But if you're really, really good to somebody, you make sacrifices for them, you really do something great for them, and they don't return that kindness, that's virtue. That's nobility, especially if you keep going, right? Because you're now you're not being compensated for your kindness. Now you're being like Jesus, this ultimate self-sacrificing, you don't got to do anything for me idea. And I was raised to think that that's noble. And so she would not just punish any lack of giving that I might have, brought to the table on a given occasion, but she would greatly reward. She would withhold praise and affection and kindness, except when she got it from me in abundance. So she'd get like a whole lot of attention, a whole lot of time, a whole lot of praise, whatever. She'd give 10% back. I give her 90%, she give me 10% back. And it's the only kindness I ever got from her. And she convinced me that that's nobility, right? And she would call it as such. So I ended up in these relationships later where I was with these really damaged women that wanted to be part of that same paradigm, where they didn't have a whole lot to give, but they sure needed a lot. And the more they needed, the more I gave. And the more I gave, the more virtuous and noble and worthy I felt. That's the only way I knew how to feel worthy of being there in their world and being appreciated and valued, because I didn't have a better paradigm to work from. And it took me when I recovered from all of that, from the last relationship I was in, which ended like over 8 years ago. And then I did a few years of intense therapy and research and reflection and journaling, and went and I figured it out. And then I realized that that whole thing was set up by the way that I related to my mom when I was growing up. And so this was also part of my deconversion, recognizing the similarities between the narcissist and supply paradigm and what religions create between the God and the receivers, the people that humble at his feet. So, so now when I see that kind of a paradigm where people that want that kind of, because people are attracted more than anything else by what they lack, by what they need, right? Yeah. And so if you're an overly giving person and an overly needing person, they're going to be drawn to that, right?
And I mean, that's what people generally mean when they say opposites attract. But I mean, you see it in almost every relationship where people are, I know what I'm deficient in, and I'm attracted to those things in you. So we can generally bounce in a healthy relationship. We can bounce off of one another.
Right.
But and then there's people who were raised by narcissists who you're very average, normal for someone who was raised with that kind of a parent. So I hope you don't.
Wait, so I was stuck in that paradigm for the longest time.
Oh yeah.
And it wasn't until after, because I deconverted from Christianity, broke away from that relationship, spent a few years figuring it out, realized how it all tied in together. My mom, the religion, the relationships I was in, how it all was just a recurring theme. And that was the beginning of a deep exploration and discovery adventure for me. And so now when I see people that are still wrestling with how to define their place in the world in such a way where it's about show, it's about peacocking, and it's about fronting, and it's about all the superficial stuff. Respect me, look at my bling, look at my gang signs, accept me. It's not just immature, it's dangerous, because I know that these people are coming from such a deep place of insecurity that it will be exhausting to deal with them on terms that are not going to sustain. And I know that because they're coming from that place, that they're not going to meet me very deeply, which means they're not going to respect me or what I give or what I do in their life. They're just not. They're going to be so caught up in how do they look and how do they feel about it all, that I'm not going to be accruing any or building anything that's deep and meaningful and safe. And so when I see that, I just automatically, that person goes on the list of, I'll be nice to you, right? But we can't be close. And I didn't used to have that rule, but I do now. Now it's about equitability. Now it's about an equitable, not a scorekeeping system, right? But an equitable give and take. So the ocean gives up to the sky gives the water back to the ocean, but not on an hourly basis or a daily basis, just over a period of time, in their own time, in their own way. And if they don't, then they both begin to suffer and they both begin to die. And so I no longer will humor those kind of unequal relationship paradigms, because then, those kinds of people, they just don't appreciate the sacrifice anyways. And all you end up doing, it took me a long time to realize that I was complicit in my own abuse. I had 2 abusers, right? It wasn't just her abusing me. I was pimping myself out to it. I was effectively being a simp. And so, and I'll just own that shit, right? But that's where I was coming at before. So now I do worry that I might be a little bit jaded and cynical, and that might carry over a little bit in the future.
I mean, if you're over 50, it's just kind of par for the course, right?
Right. Fair.
I mean, really over 40, or after any one divorce. So
right.
I tell people all the time, don't apologize for being where you're at. Just understand your strengths and your weaknesses, and try to work within those.
Yep.
Absolutely. Maya, did you want to say more about being told you weren't black enough coming up?
Oh, yeah. It's kind of weird because I said in the chat earlier, I sacrificed a lot, just, being house poor in an apartment, because I wanted my kids to go to school with rich white kids. And my daughter ended up going to like a GT, a gifted and talented program, at a different school. So she's hardcore. She actually, most of her best friends were like actual like Africans, like first generation Americans. My son, on the other hand, is more like me. So he didn't like get friends. It was just kind of whoever gravitated towards him, and almost all of them are white. And he says now that he feels like he's kind of code switching when he talks to black people, because you got to fit in and not feel weird. And I thought that is what happened to me. But when I talk to people, think about like people like Jenna, like Cynthia, other Black children, or even like you, Jay, Black children who were raised in middle class households, I feel very comfortable around you, as much as I do white people. I say white people, but I guess middle class white people. And it took me a while to realize that, just because you don't come across a lot of middle class Black people often, and I think I don't know, like I beat myself up about it. Part of it was just like, well, you can't not have friends, like you have to socialize, and I guess you're going to do it with white people. But then, like, I felt like I was like betraying my race.
You mean in terms of in this community?
No, not here. Like I sorted all that out before I even.
Oh, you mean just in general?
Yeah, just in general. I would say I had most of it sorted out. I don't know, at some point in my 20s.
And you just say you felt the sense of guilt for, it's weird. I think most of us beat ourselves up about it too much.
Like I'm not Black. Like what's up with me? What's wrong with me for not, why can everybody else be Black and I can't? Like, but I don't know, realizing that it's like I'm Black. I don't care I don't care how I talk, I don't care what I do, I don't care what my job is. Like, it's a fucking birthright. I'm Black.
Right.
And I don't give a fuck how you feel about it. Honestly, you don't get to dictate that. I'm not claiming Candace Owens. She can go fuck herself.
Sure.
However, like, I've done nothing wrong. So, I'm going to claim my Blackness, and I'm going to be who I am in America, and
Sure.
I'm going to live my, as I don't know, as the what do you call it? The New Age community says, I'm going to live my truth, and you can like it or not. But I did wrestle with that for a long time. But I don't know. Looking back on it now, like as I get older and I learn more, I'm seeing it more for what it is, and it's this narrative that everyone's being fed all around the world, that Black people can't be any better than the welfare queen, or the drug dealer. That's what we're told. That's what we're shown on TV, and a lot of people are, God, it really fucks with me when I see a lot of people getting mad that former white characters are being turned into people of color.
Yeah.
Because of this. We're not taught our history. And like we're really kicked down. And a lot of it, even if you go to like the white doll, black doll study, nobody ever said, hey, we'll say nobody, maybe they did back then. But I mean, most 5-year-olds aren't told, oh, Black people are less than.
Right.
Not when I was growing up in the 80s. That wasn't the narrative. Nobody was saying that to 5-year-olds. But I guarantee that if you asked a 5-year-old and Black kid in the 80s, which was the bad doll, they still would have pointed to
the black one. Yeah.
Because, and it's not something that we're overtly told. It's what you see. It's the media, and it's the interactions with white people.
Mm-hmm.
It's also the interactions with Black people, because we are inadvertently passing that on,
right.
As we're socializing our children into society. And it was part of the reason I wanted to move out of Illinois, because I'm like, I don't want my children to be raised to believe that this is all a Black person can be. And I don't want my children to either feel like they need to level themselves down to fit into their skin, or to feel the need to say that to other people. I don't want them to buy into that narrative. So I got the fuck out of my hometown, and my daughter goes back once a year to see family and whatever. And she's like, how did you, like, she's like, I can't believe you grew up there. It's just so backward.
Yeah.
Because they're still like that.
That's what my mom, I think, was trying to do. Now, what's crazy hard now, though, is they say you don't know how poor you were till you go back to where you grew up, right? But like,
right.
For me, it's more of an intellectual tip, because to me, my grandparents are still like the core of the family, and it's like the family's still trying to find its identity in Christ, right? And
right.
Now you know, I feel like the betrayer, you know, being an atheist, but I can't get with it anymore. Like,
you know what? I found an ingenious plan. I lie.
What's that? Oh,
She lies.
You just lie. Yeah, so you just fake it. You just pretend to be. You just pretend to still be a Christian.
Well, no. I'm a Jesus-y Christian, right? It's like I could have sworn Jesus said to love your neighbor. Like, why are you hating on trans people? Like, is that what Jesus would do? Because like I could have sworn he was like kicking it with like thieves and prostitutes.
I see.
What's wrong with you? You go over there and love that person because that's what you were called to do. Like, do I need to open up a Bible verse up in this bitch? No. And like just
wow.
Yeah, making them feel convicted. It's actually really powerful. You know,
it is. It is.
Yeah. It like it's like how progressives criticize Biden from the left. It's like, just go in there and criticize the Christians from the Jesus.
Right.
It's actually pretty based.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's badass and it works. And to be honest with you, it's what I mourn as an atheist. That's what I mean when I say you see the atheist in front of you, but you don't see the Christian it took to get here, is that they don't let me do that anymore. Right? I want to do a stream about this, but there's a way in which I'm desperately seeking. Maybe this is a good conversation to try to have with my family, but I'm desperately seeking validation from Christians, ironically, right? Because
just tell them you're one of them. I mean, you could talk the talk, right? Like
absolutely, but yeah, that's the thing. It's like
they would never, like if the atheist never told a Christian that they were atheists, like the Christians would never figure it out.
They would never figure it out, and that's the thing. It's like now that I've fucked around and admitted that I'm an atheist,
right?
They won't validate my Christianity because they have to insist that you're not Christianing right, or you weren't really a believer, you were hurt by the church.
Right? You can't have any immoral conversations with them. And so I let that go really quick. Like, well, one, I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to have the conversation. Like, it's not, again, I'm not an atheist. I'm just not Christian, but I can't come out as not Christian because I can then lose all moral conversations that I could ever have with my family. And as a progressive, I can't. Like, I need to be able to, because they're very Jesus-y. They don't, I think my dad is the only person that I have religious conversations with. He's the second in command at his church. Like if the pastor's not there, he's opening it, doing all the stuff. But and Trump helped a lot. Move a lot of my family further left.
Got you.
But I mean, just the humanist in me was just like, I'm more effective pulling my family left if I don't have like honest religious conversations with them.
Man.
So I don't get to shit on the Bible, which I'm wont to do, but I can also, what do they call the convicting? Like the spirit, like they feel like the spirit is convicting them.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, it's just guilt, but whatever, it's spirit, whatever.
Right.
Call it what you want.
You can work that. You can work that side of it. No, it's really effective. I go back and forth on it. For me, I think professionally, I had it out as an evolutionary biologist. I realized, I don't want to be on record as a Christian, but I'm not sure if I'd have played it that way otherwise.
So a lot of people are like that. They're like, no, I don't want to live a lie, and I'm like, why? I don't like your life is like legit easier.
I love it. Am
I wrong? Everybody that you talk to says that. People say that it was easier to come out gay than to come out atheist.
Yeah, so
and I was just like, fuck that shit. Why do people hear these stories and want that? Like you don't want to live a lie. You don't talk to the fuckers every day.
I love this. James, where are you at on this, man? This is hilarious.
Yeah, it is. And
James, you just solved our problem for us, right?
Yeah. I mean, here's the irony, though. Like, I don't have anybody left to come out to.
Right.
And I used to feel like I didn't have ownership of my own space and my own voice. I wasn't entitled to it somehow. And then once I discovered the power of owning my own life, my own voice, my own space, my own story, then I was like, there was nobody left to come out to. And now I wish I could reset it all again, where those same people are in my life again. All of them thought I was a Christian.
Right.
I get to come out every new day and go, haha, I'm an atheist. Fuck you.
Right. Right. Yeah. No, it's really interesting.
I mean, if that was the only thing we were fighting in the country,
I see.
I would say I was an atheist just to like.
See, I kind of see it. I kind of see it differently, Maya. Not that I disagree with you. I just see religion as potentially the core of all of those other problems. So your thing is, I'm gonna set the religion aside because I'm really concerned about progressive human issues. We got to get our rights. We got to get not killing people.
People will kill themselves if they know that other people will be killed too.
Yes.
It's very concerning to me.
Yes.
So it is important to me that I have a voice.
100%.
And you know that Black Christians will not listen to you if you're not a Christian.
Yes, that is so. Right. That is so the tragedy, and I feel like I've given that up. Like I've given up the legitimacy to some extent of my voice in that community just because I let go of the label. Now, for me, it was.
I mean, it's not.
It's tough.
I mean, it's not like you can't do anything, but like you have to fight harder.
It's tough. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, if I can do the low hanging fruit mode to non-genocide, it's not if it were just me, because I fought so hard to be every aspect of who I am, to be to be Black, to be a woman, to be a single mom. I fought so many battles to legitimize myself. Like if it were just me, I'd be like, you know what? I can't do the Bible thing. Like I just, we'll have a conversation if that's what you want, but this is who I am. However, it's not about me. And again, I'm not trying to make anybody else do anything that they don't want
to
do. Like if you feel like it is core to your identity, you need for your sanity to come out and
that's definitely where I'm at right now. But I'm appreciating where you're coming from. Yeah, and you're not wrong. Look, it would have simplified a lot of things, man. A lot of things. James, it turns out all this content
but like once I let go of Christianity, it's like, you mean lying's not wrong? Oh hell, it's on.
Yeah.
I mean, I need to concentrate on higher order shit. So people not dying is very important to me. If I, am not pissing off a God in, my attempts to do that. So.
Sure. James, turns out our channels are much to do about nothing, my guy.
Much to do about nothing. But I feel what you're saying. It makes you think of a lot of things. One, I don't want to, like Maya, I don't want to tell anybody what you should or shouldn't do when it comes to your family and how you should.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
Like this is just me. Like Janis Joplin, like she said, freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose. I don't care about the loss of the people that I lost from being an atheist, right? Like, but if you care, if it's something that you can't afford to lose, you don't have that freedom, right? I can talk all the shit I want, but it's got nothing to do with bravery. I don't care about those people because they don't care. So I wasn't taking a big risk to come out, and I wouldn't be if I had to do it all over again.
Yeah.
Very different.
But like Jade knows what I'm talking about. It's different in the Black community.
I do 110%. I've talked about it. All right, so gang, I think this is a perfect time to end this stream. So look, we're gonna go live soon. I'm not sure exactly how soon. I'm imagining within like an hour or so. Maybe around 11 because we're going to do late night counter apologetics. It's a Saturday tradition. And I want to go back to the theme of compassion poisoning. James, I want to go over that video. That video was called
Theremin trees, emotional
blackmailing. Yeah, so we're gonna go over that video and have that conversation, which is a great pickup from this one, to be honest with you. So we'll take a quick break here, and then we'll come back and do that tonight. So before we go, Maya, what were your thoughts generally about the conversation with Rob today, and just anything else you want to discuss before we go?
No, I mean, it was an interesting conversation all around. Was he interviewing you, or were you interviewing him?
I think he was interviewing me mostly, but that was the idea, at least.
Okay. No, it was interesting. And I know you were kind of lamenting, like, how far do I push? And my thing personally, and what I say to everybody, especially like in the community, because everybody's just like, no, like, I need to have a conversation with somebody and they need to change their mind. And I'm like, it's never going to happen. Well, I can't say it's never going to happen, but I don't think it should be. If it happens to happen, you got lucky.
Right.
That is not the norm.
Right.
I go in telling everybody, you are planting seeds. Like what I was just talking about with my family, like getting them to a more progressive stance. I mean, it's been 10 years and counting.
Yeah.
Like we're all registered Republicans 10 years ago. And I'm an independent. I don't know what my family is, but I know how they vote because I'm on their ass every election day. But I thought it was a good conversation. You heard something that was concerning. You didn't let it go, even though it wasn't the topic, and it was like a hard left.
Right.
And that was a choice that I've seen other people make. It's just like, I don't know, but it's not the topic, so we'll talk about that later.
Right.
Like, no, there is a group of people that are like, right now there are efforts around the country to get trans people out.
Right.
To more accepting countries. This is like a top level emergency. The conversation needs to stop. Whatever the conversation was, it needs to stop. When you hear somebody make statements that are that they could leave the conversation, go back and espouse, and would empower bigots to
run with it.
Yeah. I mean, just to destroy, and you did that, and you did more than plant seeds. He really seemed like he was to leave and look into some stuff. He had a plan. There was a plan in place. I loved it.
Appreciate that.
But I don't know. Other than that, I mean.
How do you feel about the thing about, like, some of us are accepted now into these more white majority atheist spaces, and there may be content creators of color that feel like they're on the outside looking in? Have you thought? I hadn't even thought about that, really, because I didn't know we was out here like that. Yeah,
I think about it often.
Really? Yeah, say more about that.
I was saying to you a couple of days ago, I think, about, bringing the women. I need to get that stream together with the women in the community.
Sure.
Because I don't think the men understand how they're unknowingly pushing people out. I mean, because, like, for me, again, I'll have the fight, I'll have the conversation. I'll burn the house down and not let the door hit my ass on the way out. I don't care. But you can't. I think that the men in the community can't continue to do what they're doing and still look around wondering why there's not more women. I think that, honestly, they think that there's a problem with the women. It's like, well, women just don't like to talk, or maybe they're just not hard. It's just too, heavy in here, and women can't take it. I'm like, well, yeah, but like, it's the misogyny now, though. Oh, here's my food. I gotta go.
Take care. Yeah. We'll be here. We'll chat later. Yeah, man. Oh, that's a teaser. Stay tuned, gang. Man, that's gonna be a dope show. I want to talk about it because look, I see a lot of it. The problems going on. I'm trying to be part of the solution, and now that I'm more actively trying to be a part of the solution, I'm just realizing even more ways that I'm part of the problem. Sometimes I shoot myself in the foot, man. I'd be like, Jay, did you really want to sign up for this feminism thing in this community? Because ever since then, you've just been realizing it's more problems that you're the problem. But of course, that's what we want to do. That's growth, right? That's learning. That's real education. When you're not just, hey, I'm here to get on the fucking stump and tell you why everybody else is fucked up. I'm here to tell you I've got some learning to do too. But yeah, it's a real problem, and it's important for us too because I know our numbers are better than the community average, right? Our community is unusually diverse compared to what you'd expect from a channel in this space. And that's age, class, sex, gender, queer, straight, like this is, and I think that's part of it. Part of it is who's making the content. Age, right? We're really age diverse in our community. I think that's a reflection of who makes the content and what our values are, and the fact that most of us are super progressive and we make issues that don't make it hard to tell that we're super progressive. Man, we're dealing in a wider context that is so much bigger than what goes on in this channel, and it's keeping more people away, right? Like, we're working hard to make more diverse spaces within our community, but if the broader community isn't participating in that effort, then what's going on in the broader community is making it harder to get people in the door in the first place, and it's making it harder to keep them here despite our efforts, right? So we do have to start calling out what's going on in the wider community, and then we have to take especially serious our growth opportunities, because our people fuck with us, they get down with us, they realize that we're allies, they realize that we're trying to get it right. And then if we're sources of pain and discomfort, if we're recapitulating the problem, if they're feeling all types of shitty after they interact with us, then we've almost shown them there's no space, there's no safe place for them here. So, to Maya's point, we can't be surprised when they're not. Yeah.
Right.
That's deep. So yeah, we're gonna have to get into that. We'll get it together. But yeah, I'm so happy that Maya has found our community and been chatting more with us, and fantastic stream the other night with Stephanie. We got to check that out. So real lot of support from Maya. Thanks so much to James for being here. James's link is definitely down in the description. And like I said, we'll be back in about an hour. I'm going to figure out what my game plan is for food and get set up for late night counter apologetics. And we should be back around 11. All right, so appreciate everybody. Thanks so much. Thanks for the support, Maya, Cam, everybody else in chat. Appreciate you. Oh, before we go, James, you're here? Give people a quick rundown on this Sobek thing, man, because I don't know what's going on with Sobek. Apparently, some people are saying Sobek was talking trash about me. I haven't seen that or heard that in particular. I don't know what the Neil thing is. Some people are saying Sobek's just pissed with the community. What do you know about this?
I know the rumors that Sobek decided that he's not feeling the group at the atheist community, and he's got kind of a fuck you attitude about it. He couldn't just leave it at, hey, I'm just going to do my own thing. He decided to kind of have a fuck you attitude, and that he directed it at certain people, and that Neil was one of those people.
Okay.
Who he pretty much cut ties with, and Neil didn't understand where that was coming from. And if that rumor is a fair representation of what happened,
right,
then my take on it is somebody dealing with a lack of proper emotional regulation got upset by somebody at a personal level, decided to translate that into the atheist community itself, and said, "Fuck you, I'm out." Now, I don't know that that's what happened.
Right.
That's the way the story came to me. That's
Right.
just my understanding of
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
I haven't heard a word from Sobek about this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and
Like,
I don't even know where you'd find any of this stuff, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
But
even
yeah,
know.
if Sobek comes through, I'd love to figure out more. But yeah, that's now you guys know what we know. So that's that. All right, we'll see you in a little bit, gang. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless you all. Poof.
Zach? Why she wanna leave me alone? Saying all I do is wrong. No rights when they been left turns. Playing that she gotta let it burn. Saying that the hell's not a home. Sunshine cause she heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win. Now I'm got it, you ain't answering my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too boss. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Call. Dick game lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call.
It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
We smoking that side. I'm trying to get high. She said that she not ready for lust. I waste my time. I got demons in my closet. I can't hide. I did all my exes wrong. They wish I died. Damn, I tried. They won't believe me when I say this. Oh my God. What a blessing. Hello, Phoenix. That's my twin. I told these hoes they won't get my heart again. Not again. Cause they were missing when I needed just a friend.
They were missing, yeah, they all were missing. They don't want no smoke, they hit the blunt and started tripping. My daughter about to be 5, I ain't got no time to be bitching. I'm still reminiscing, we ain't had no food in the kitchen. I gotta go and stack. I'm waiting, know I'm heading, but I'm going up. I hit the side, now your sack feel like I'm throwing up. And I just took another perk, cause one wasn't enough. Yeah. It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna slide, we smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride, we smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
Sunshine cause you heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone.
she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I'm sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win, now I got it, you ain't answer my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too balls. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Carl. Thick game lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call.
It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
We smoking that side. I'm tryna get high. She said that she not ready for love, stop wasting my time. I got demons in my closet, I can't hide. I did all my exes wrong, they wish I died. Damn, I tried. They won't believe me when I say this. Oh my God, what a blessing. Hello Phoenix, that's my twin. I told these hoes they won't get my heart again, not again. Cause they went missing when I needed just a friend.
They went missing, yeah, they always missing. They don't want no smoke, they hit the blunt and started tripping. My daughter about to be 5, I ain't got no time to be bitching. I'm still reminiscing, we ain't had no food in the kitchen. I gotta go and stack. I'm waiting, know I'm heading, but I'm going out. I hit the side, now your sack feel like I'm throwing up. And I just took another perk, cause one wasn't enough. Yeah.
It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna slide, we smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride, we smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
Why she wanna leave me alone? Saying all I do is wrong. No rights, only been left turns. Playing that she gotta let it burn. Saying that the house not a home. Sunshine cause she heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I'm sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win, now I got it, you ain't answer my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too balls. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Carl. Thick game lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call.
It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
We smoking that side. I'm tryna get high. She said that she not ready for love, stop wasting my time. I got demons in my closet, I can't hide. exes wrong, they wish I died. Damn, I tried. They won't believe me when I say this. Oh my God, what a blessing. Hello, Phoenix, that's my twin. I told these hoes they won't get my heart again, not again. Cause they went missing when I needed just a friend.
They went missing, yeah, they all went missing. They don't want no smoke, they hit the blunt and started tripping. My daughter about to be 5, I ain't got no time to be bitching. I'm still reminiscing, we ain't had no food in the kitchen. I gotta go and stack. I'm waiting, know I'm heading, but I'm going out. I hit the side, now your sack feel like I'm throwing up. And I just took another perk, cause one wasn't enough. Yeah.
It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking out. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna slide, we smoking out. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride, we smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. She don't know I tried my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win, now I'm got it, you ain't answer my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too boss. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Call. Dick game lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call. It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking out. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl.
We smoking that side. I'm trying to get high. She said that she not ready for lust. I waste my time. I got demons in my closet. I can't hide. I did all my exes wrong. They wish I died. Damn, I tried. They won't believe me when I say this. Oh my God, what a blessing. Hello, Phoenix, that's my twin. I told these hoes they won't get my heart again, not again. Cause they went missing when I needed just a friend.
They went missing, yeah, they all went missing. They don't want no smoke, they hit the blunt and started tripping. My daughter about to be 5, I ain't got no time to be bitching. I'm still reminiscing, we ain't had no food in the kitchen. I gotta go and stack. I'm waiting, know I'm heading, but I'm going out. I hit the side, now your sack feel like I'm throwing up. And I just took another perk, cause one wasn't enough. Yeah.
It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking out. Stop acting
and shine. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride, we smoking. Stop back and shine. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna slide, we smoking Zah. Stop back and shine. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride, we smoking. Stop back and shine. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win, now I'm got it, you ain't answer my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too boss. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Call. Thick game lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call. It's time to roll. She tryna slide, we smoking Zah. Stop back and shine. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride, we smoking. Stop back and shine. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl.
Be smoking that side, I'm tryna get high. She said that she not ready for lust, I waste my time. I got demons in my closet, I can't hide. I did all my exes wrong, they wish I died. Damn, I tried. They won't believe me when I say this. Oh my God, what a blessing. Hello Phoenix, that's my twin. I told these hoes they won't get my heart again, not again. Cause they were missing when I needed just a friend.
They were missing, yeah, they always missing. They don't want no smoke, they hit the blunt and started tripping. My daughter about to be 5, I ain't got no time to be bitching. I'm still reminiscing, we ain't had no food in the kitchen. I gotta go and stack. I'm waiting, know I'm heading, but I'm going up. I hit the side, now your sack feel like I'm throwing up. And I just took another perk, cause one wasn't enough. Yeah.
It's time to roll. She tryna slide, we smoking Zah. Stop back and shine. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride, we smoking. Stop back and shine. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna slide, we smoking Zah. Stop back and shine. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride, we smoking. Stop back and shine. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl.
heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the summer, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win. Now I'm got it, you ain't answer my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too balls. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Carl. Dick game lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call.
It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
Be smoking that side. I'm tryna get high. She said that she not ready for lust. I waste my time. I got demons in my closet. I can't hide. I did all my exes wrong. They wish I died. Damn, I tried. They won't believe me when I say this. Oh my God, what a blessing. Hello Phoenix, that's my twin. I told these hoes they won't get my heart again. Not again. Cause they went missing when I needed just a friend.
They went missing, yeah, they all went missing. They don't want no smoke, they hit the blunt and started tripping. My daughter about to be 5, I ain't got no time to be bitching. I'm still reminiscing, we ain't had no food in the kitchen. I gotta go and stack. I'm waiting, know I'm heading, but I'm going out. I hit the side, now your sack feel like I'm throwing up. And I just took another perk, cause one wasn't enough. Yeah.
It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna slide, we smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride, we smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the summer, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win. Now I'm got it, you ain't answer my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too balls. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Carl. Dick game lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call.
It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
Be smoking that side. I'm tryna get high. She said that she not ready for lust, I waste my time. I got demons in my closet, I can't hide. I did all my exes wrong, they wish I died. Damn, I tried. They won't believe me when I say this. Oh my God, what a blessing. Hello Phoenix, that's my twin. I told these hoes they won't get my heart again, not again. Cause they went missing when I needed just a friend.
They went missing, yeah, they all went missing. They don't want no smoke, they hit the blunt and started tripping. My daughter about to be 5, I ain't got no time to be bitching. I'm still reminiscing, we ain't had no food in the kitchen. I gotta go and stack. I'm waiting, know I'm heading, but I'm going out. I hit the side, now your sack feel like I'm throwing up. And I just took another perk, cause one wasn't enough. Yeah.
It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking out. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna slide, we smoking out. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride, we smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win, now I'm got it, you ain't answering my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too boss. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Call. Dick game lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call. It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking out. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl.
We smoking that side. I'm trying to get high. She said that she not ready for lust, I waste my time. I got demons in my closet, I can't hide. I did all my exes wrong, they wish I died. Damn, I tried. They won't believe me when I say this. Oh my God, what a blessing. Hello Phoenix, that's my twin. I told these hoes they won't get my heart again, not again. Cause they went missing when I needed just a friend.
They went missing, yeah, they all went missing. They don't want no smoke, they hit the blunt and started tripping. My daughter about to be 5, I ain't got no time to be bitching. I'm still reminiscing, we ain't had no food in the kitchen. I gotta go and stack. I'm waiting, know I'm heading, but I'm going out. I hit the side, now your sack feel like I'm throwing up. And I just took another perk, cause one wasn't enough. Yeah.
It's time to roll.
and shine. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop back and shine. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop back and shine. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop back and shine. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win, now I'm got it, you ain't answer my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too balls. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Call. Thick game, lay it down like Law. Made plans, but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call. It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop back and shine. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop back and shine. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl.
We smoking that Zah. I'm tryna get high. She said that she not ready for lust, I waste my time. I got demons in my closet, I can't hide. I did all my exes wrong, they wish I died. Damn, I tried. They won't believe me when I say this. Oh my God, what a blessing. Hello Phoenix, that's my twin. I told these hoes they won't get my heart again, not again. Cause they went missing when I needed just a friend.
They went missing, yeah, they all went missing. They don't want no smoke, they hit the blunt and started tripping. My daughter about to be 5, I ain't got no time to be bitching. I'm still reminiscing, we ain't had no food in the kitchen. I gotta go and stack. I'm waiting, know I'm heading, but I'm going out. I hit the side, now your sack feel like I'm throwing up. And I just took another perk, cause one wasn't enough. Yeah.
It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop back and shine. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop back and shine. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop back and shine. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop back and shine. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl.